Okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for October 3rd, 2022. There is no public testimony during this review session. I remind anyone, and if you do not have, you can watch on YouTube, but also you can call in to listen in. Only at the public hearing are you allowed to provide testimony. And the call-in number is 646-558-8656. I'm sorry. The webinar ID number is 897-4460-44006-3885. The passcode should be required is 639872. The dial-in numbers below are 646-558-8656. And you can call in and press pound, and you will be able to listen into the phone conversations. And also, when the hearing is available, we'll let you in to speak. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. Sorry. Okay, we'll begin with adjournments. Item number 1, 51957BZ, 2071 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. Item number 2, 7211BZ, 10106 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Item number
can I just say something about this one? This is the third adjournment. So a certified letter should be sent to the applicant and owner stating that failure to submit will result, and appearance will result in dismissal for lack of prosecution.
Okay, so you want a dismissal warning letter. Okay.
Yeah.
Item number 3, 2017-262BC, 18 Stanwyck Street, Brooklyn. This is being adjourned. And item number 4, 2021-47BZ, 2100 Harmony Avenue, the Bronx. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that properly. Item number postponements. Item number 5, 2022 28A, 29A, and 30A. This is 1517-19 Bedell Street, Staten Island. And the reason it's being postponed because the proper notification was not accomplished. The next postponement, which is actually the case is scheduled for Tuesday, October 4th, but just alerting anyone, the next postponement is 77957BZ, 13725 Jamaica Avenue, Queens. And this is being postponed. The applicant has submitted a request to postpone it because the owner is intending to sell the property, and that acquisition should take between 60 and 90 days, and they will provide us an update. Withdrawals and dismissals. Item number 6, 16949BZ, 5270 Amboy Road, Staten Island.
Okay, make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn with 5 votes. Item number 7, 3611BZ, 270 Greenwich Street, Manhattan.
Make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Item number 8, item is withdrawn. Item number 8, 4911BZ, 135 West 20th Street, Manhattan.
Same. Make a motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn. Sorry, let me mark this. Item number 9, 2017-286BZ, 2206 31st Street, Queens.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon. Item number
Aye.
10, I'm sorry, that's withdrawn. Item number 10, 2021 BZ, 2020-1 BZ, 31 West 27th Street, Manhattan.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Applications have been withdrawn. Item number 11, 2020-75 BZ, 474 7th Avenue, Manhattan.
Motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Is that an aye, sir?
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been withdrawn. Decision items, item number 12, 468 58 BZ, 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
So this application was closed on July 18th, and the submission, a revised submission was provided where the plan was revised, providing clarification on the work that would require DOB permit and all the remaining tasks that would be done in conjunction with other work that requires permit. So I don't have any other, I'm satisfied, and I would recommend that we approve with the following conditions for the extension of term and extension of time to secure certificate of occupancy. And that is that certificate of occupancy shall be secured within 24 months from the time of the approval. Improvements including but not limited to landscaping, trash enclosure, wall repair, asphalt repair, restriping, parking, and directional signs shall be done. And that lumen level and I want to, the note is not there in the plan, but I just want our resolution to reflect it regarding the lumen level, that all lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding neighborhoods. And should neighbors raise any issues with lighting spread, the applicant shall respond immediately. So with that, I make a motion to approve with condition.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Abstain.
Application has been granted. Item number 12, item number 13, sorry, 6690 BZ 43-03 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. The application was closed on August 8th. Revised plans were provided and photos of improvements that were made to the sites has also been provided. The site looks good, and I thank the applicant and the owner for addressing these issues so quickly. So I make a motion to approve with the following conditions: that there shall be no sales of cars. The premise shall be kept free of debris. Landscaping shall be maintained per approved plan, and should residential neighbors raise any can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
I heard a little. Okay, should residential neighbors raise any complaints concerning excess light spillage, then the applicant shall work with the neighbors to address their concerns. So with that, make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
I abstain.
Okay, granted for one. Item number 14, 2020. Sorry, give me 1 second. Item number 14, 2020-64 BZ 8594 66th Road, Queens.
Okay. I have a little bit of a lengthy thing to say, so please bear with me. The application was closed on July 19th. Subsequent to closing of the record, the board received several letters of objections and several objection forms, and also the community board recommendations. The community board recommendations and the testimonies provided have been distributed to the commissioners. With regards to the community board vote and recommendations, the community board held a hearing and made a recommendation to approve with the following conditions. The conditions are: provide for additional sound attenuation, provide for light pollution attenuation, provide for utility reduction and energy efficiency considerations, provide for enhanced stormwater reduction strategies, maximize vegetation alongside public right-of-way, provide community outreach and point of contact for construction supervision. We also received fire department's no objection letter. For the record, the application before the board is a variance application for a house of worship. House of worship is a permitted use. The waiver requested is for bulk related to lot coverage, side yards, front yards, and rear yards. The proposed house of worship is not seeking any waiver to increase the density, that is floor area ratio. With regards to any house of worship, there is a Court of Appeals case that presents Cornell deference doctrine and obliges the board to defer to the programmatic need of a religious institution. However, the applicant has to demonstrate the need and that it cannot be addressed in any other way. Throughout the hearing, the board received and reviewed community comments. The board heard the concerns that were raised, reviewed the programmatic need in relation to the scope of the waiver, and directed the applicant to modify the project, which the applicant did. At the last hearing held on July 18th, the applicant presented a modified project, eliminated the accessory use, and reduced the scale of the building. In addition to its modification, the applicant proposed to provide noise attenuation. And with regards to the environmental review that was conducted, supplemental transportation analysis was also submitted to address the community concerns on traffic. The environmental review is complete and it is closed. At the last hearing, the board had asked the applicant to further reduce the height of the parapet in front and provide additional green buffer along the western lot line. The revised plan that has been submitted indicates those changes. It has been responsive to the comments that were raised. The parapet wall height has been reduced, and a 2-foot wide landscaping area is being proposed along the entire western portion of the building. So with regards to the energy efficiency comment that the board, the community board has raised, the new building code will be applicable, which has many of them, a significant amount of sustainability and resiliency standards built in. So those will already be packaged into the project as deemed necessary and required by the building code. So with that, I make a recommendation to approve with the following conditions: that no access to roof shall be permitted except for emergency and maintenance. In-ground planting shall be provided. Adequate engineering measures shall be taken to allow for in-ground planting and irrigation. With regards to lighting, all lighting sources that are located along the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and to minimize any adverse effect on the surrounding neighborhoods. No audible sound devices shall be permitted outdoors. Provide a noise attenuation device along the eastern fence or vines to provide visual buffer. And vines to provide visual buffer, I'm sorry. The applicant shall maintain an open line of communication and have a point of contact with the community board for construction supervision. So with that, I make a motion to approve with these conditions.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Abstain.
Application has been granted. Item number 15, 2020-71BZ, 166 Coffee Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, no submission was required. So I make a recommendation to approve, and that I also would say that the applicant consider replenishing the existing empty tree pit at the street frontage. This was a recommendation that was made that came from the local neighbors. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair, Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
The hell that thing is, sorry. Vice Chair Chanda, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Abstain.
Application has been granted. Item number 16, 2021-67BZ, 2307 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn.
Okay, no submission was required. Make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Abstain.
Okay. Application has been granted. Item number 17, 2021-70BZ, 1206 East 21st Street, Brooklyn.
Sorry, just give me a second. The application was closed on August 9th. Applicant has revised the plan to maintain the 50% of the exterior wall retention on the second floor, and this also reduced the floor area slightly. And the statement of findings and zoning analysis has been revised accordingly. So I make a motion to approve with the usual condition, that is removal of more than the permitted exterior wall, and Joyce will void the special permit. So make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
I abstain.
Commissioner Sheta, you have a,
Yeah, the same condition applies for the case that we just voted on, right?
which one? 2021-67BZ, 2307 Ocean Parkway, recalling that?
Yes.
Yeah, any of the special permit applications must
Yeah,
follow
the
that same requirements.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just wanted to mention in the record. Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
the Commissioner, for that clarification. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 18, 2020, right, I'm back. 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So I guess we have nothing more to this. We have everything we need. So I make a motion to approve with the conditions. I don't know if I should read out all the conditions, but these are the conditions that are associated with noise attenuation, ventilation, with basically alternate means of ventilation, requiring a professional engineer's closure report, and that all vehicles associated with the caregiving shall not block any moving lanes. And these are all DOT related, and that there shall be no vehicles will be permitted to drop off or pick up along Prospect Street and Pearl Street. And any work associated with this approval will not result in any in-ground disturbances and earthwork. And I think that is more of a DEP comment. So this is a combination of all the DEP and DOT conditions. Do I need to read it out, General Counsel Vine, or?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, please reading it into the record, that would be very helpful.
Okay, I will. The proposed building will require a window wall attenuation of 36 dBA attenuation on the southern facade facing Prospect Street, 42 dBA attenuation on the eastern facade facing Pearl Street, and 39 dBA on the northern facade facing Brooklyn Queens Expressway to achieve an acceptable interior noise level, respectively. The proposed project will provide alternate means of ventilation during closed window condition. A professional engineer will certify a closure report at the completion of all remedial activities associated with the site, including installation of a vapor barrier. The closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval. All vehicles such as buses, staff, and caregivers' vehicles associated with the daycare shall not block moving lanes. There shall be no vehicular standing along Prospect Street or Pearl Street. That there shall be no vehicular drop-offs or pickups along Prospect Street or Pearl Street, and that the daycare operation will ensure that the arrival and dismissal protocol described in the commitment letter is adhered to. The permit application for all proposed work associated with this approval shall indicate that no in-ground disturbance or earthwork shall be performed in connection with the proposed development. To the extent that it is determined that an in-ground disturbance and or earthwork is necessary to facilitate the proposed development, the applicant is directed to return to the board for additional review. Failure to comply with this restriction shall constitute a violation of this resolution and may constitute the basis for denial or revocation of a building permit or a certificate of occupancy for all other applicable remedies. See zoning resolution section 7304. I can send you a copy of it. Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
you. Okay. So with that, make a motion to approve with condition.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Sorry, can you?
Could you call it again, Tony, and just get closer to your mic?
I'm sorry. Item number 18, 2022-10Z.
Get closer to your mic for the motion,
Yeah,
please.
need to get closer to the mic.
I don't know what happened. Item number 2022-10BZ, 55 Prospect Street, Brooklyn. Am I heard?
Yes.
Okay. The motion to approve, Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application is granted. Okay, the following decisions are for the Build It Back projects filed by their housing recovery operations. Item number 19, 2022-53BZ, 33 Homestead Avenue, Staten Island.
Approve, motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application's been granted. Item number 2022-54BZ, 128.5 Roxbury Avenue, Queens.
Motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 21, 2022-55BZ, 175 Father Capodanno Boulevard, Staten Island.
Motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 22, 2022-56BZ, 231 Moreland Street, Staten Island. Sorry.
Motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
aye,
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 23, 2022-57A, 24A, Mesereau Court, Brooklyn.
Motion to approve?
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, sorry.
Sorry. Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. 1 second to get rid of this. Stuff sticks. Okay, special order calendar, continued hearing items, item number 24, 863-48BZ. They made a late submission. The applicant has been changed from Mr. Duarte to Rex Carner. I don't know if anyone was able to see any of the submissions.
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
So the application was last heard on June 2021. It is an extension of term for an auto repair facility. Since then, the applicant has provided a masonry wall trash enclosure with door. The cover letter described the existing signage and compliance with the zoning resolution. So I thank the applicant for doing this. I know this has been a very difficult and trying period for the operators. So I do appreciate all the effort that has been put in, and I'm satisfied with the application. Commissioner Otley Brown.
yes, I too saw the submission, and I find that they are actually staying within the directions of the board to keep the site looking clean, to have minimal cars hanging over the lot lines onto the street, which is kind of a challenge in this block because it's such an unusual shallow triangle, and it makes it very difficult to maneuver cars and keep them on the lot line. Yet it looks as if that they have been doing just that.
Yeah.
So, and I see that they have the trash enclosure in the spot that you actually can't put a car, and it looks like it's in good condition with the doors. And so I'm fine with this application.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second the comments by my colleague, and I'm satisfied with the application. I have no further comments to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I also second the comments of my colleagues and am satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments to add.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, new cases on the SOC calendar. Item number 25, 30312BZ, 11106, 11108, Utica Avenue, Brooklyn. This is an extension of time to complete construction. Previously approved variance for a 3-story community facility house of worship, which expired May 6, 2022.
So since it's an extension of time, no service is required for hearing notices and such. As mentioned, this is an application for an extension of time. Just in terms of the documentation, back in 2014, a variance was granted for this house of worship, and there was a change in ownership in 2016. And subsequently, there was an extension that was granted in 2019, which expired on May 6, 2022. The applicant states the reason for the delay is due to financial constraint, and thus the applicant was not able to start the construction. A timeline has been provided, and basically the estimate is to secure funding by June of 2023, and then complete all the filings by January of 2024. And then with that, the start of construction in April 2024 with an estimated completion by early 2026. And a certificate of occupancy also by 2026. Um, I have a couple of questions and comments, and that is, first of all, the statement of fact refers to different construction expiration dates and years, so that needs to be corrected. For this application, the relevant and the applicable date is May 6, 2022. That is when the term expired. The site photos that were provided, it shows a construction fence around the site, but it's encroaching onto the city sidewalk. So what I would like to know is that, did DOP approve this? Did it require any, since it's encroaching on the city sidewalk, and it has been probably in this state for some time, does it not require a DOT approval? That's a question. And the fence is in bad condition. It is graffitied over, and a portion of the shed is buckling. So it makes the shed somewhat unsafe, and also therefore makes the site unsecured. So the applicant needs to take proper measure to secure the perimeter and improve the conditions so that it does not become a safety issue for the neighbors and for the pedestrians around the area. Those are my initial comments. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I had the same question about the construction fence and why it was so far out over the sidewalk. And also from the photos, it looks as if they need to get rid of graffiti and be careful to maintain their fencing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you. I share the same comments. Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
I'm sorry, my phone, my internet went out for a second. Are we still on number 25?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to have some understanding, maybe some more information as to why they believe they're going to secure funding by January 23rd. This project has a very long history before the BSA, and nothing has happened as of yet. So I just want more clarification as to why this time they believe it's going to it's going to have some progress. And I certainly second your comments with regards to how to address the obnoxious, well, the issues with this site being vacant and its effect on the neighborhoods.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I second all of the comments. I also visited the site yesterday, and while the site itself seemed to be fairly clean, the fence, mostly there's a gate on the north side that is made out of plywood that was really billowing in the wind. So that should also be secured on top of all of the other comments that were made about the fence.
Wow, blowing in the wind. Okay, not good. We are coming into hurricane season, so definitely needs to be secured. Okay, thank you all. Next case.
Item number 26, 216-13BZ, 750 Barclay Avenue, Staten Island. This is an extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved variance to permit development of a one-story eating and drinking establishment which expired on June 24th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the history, back in 2014, BSA had granted a variance and a GCL 36 with conditions, and the extension of time that was last granted expired on June 24, 2022. And the applicant states the reason for the delay is prior to obtaining the DOB permit, several agency approvals were required, and the approvals were received. And during the pandemic, the construction had to stop. As we all know, many of the constructions were affected and were required to stop. Also, the owner of the restaurant who owns the restaurant suffered other restaurants also suffered financially during the pandemic. So combination of all of these resulted in the delay. The applicant is proposing a 30-month time frame to complete the construction. I just want to confirm that the extension sought is for the full 4-year period. And so I just want to be clear on that one. But I have no additional comments. I'm satisfied with the application. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Yes, my only question had to do with their timeline. I did not see one. So other than the extra 13 months, did they detail what would be done during that period of time? That's my question.
Yeah, I think there was a late submission that was made that is part of, I think, a revised statement of fact that was provided. And in that, towards the end, a timeline was provided, I think. Let me just see, it's dated.
I think it's dated September 21st. So it's very
Yes,
recent.
yes, yeah, September 21st. It's a statement of facts dash timeline. And in that, let me just read out the timeline that's proposed. That it's saying it will take about 4 months to refile the storm and sanitary connection with DEP, 4 to 8 months to reinstate the DOB's new building application, 8 to 16 months to for the construction of the concrete piles and elevated concrete slabs, 16 to 20 months for initiation and completion of the building's framing as well as window installation, 20 to 23 months for the installation and finalization of scheduled MEPs, and 23 to 29 months for commencement and completion of finished work, including but not limited to flooring, painting, etc., and 29 to 30 months punch list items where necessary. That is the completion of the construction, but then you have to get CO and all of that. So I think all in all, it will take all of, I think, 4 months, 4 years, I'm sorry, just to be on the safe side.
I just found it. So then I have no other questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you. Yeah, I have seen this updated statement of facts. It does include towards the end a timeline. However, it's talking about 30 months. I believe they should clarify about how much time they are seeking as an extension. The only thing I would add is that in the statement of facts, I know it might be a typo or just it describes the restaurant as an existing restaurant. And my understanding is that nothing exists as of right now on the lot. So if they can just remove the word existing, because it's a bit confusing. And that's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, there used to be one. So maybe that's why.
Yeah.
It's kind of almost reinstatement of the restaurant that was there prior. So that's because that was the variance that was granted to allow the restaurant. So, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This application stands in direct contrast to the one right before us. I feel that they show a very good history of the steps taken in pursuit of the project. And I was satisfied with this application. I have no issues with it.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Yoon?
I also have no further comments to add.
Thank you. Next case.
Item number 27, 10215A, 1088 Rossville Avenue, Staten Island. This is also an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a C of O for a previously approved GCL 35 waiver and waiver of 107-460, section ZR 107-461 and 7210G, which expired on August 21st, 2022.
And this was for this extension of time is for an enlargement of an existing 2-family home.
Right.
As mentioned, board had granted a GCL 35 and a waiver of bulk modification pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-01G on condition for an enlargement of a 2-family home. The reason for delay, the applicant states, is that the start of construction was initially delayed and then followed by the pandemic related delays. The applicant states that the timeline it will take will take about 24 months to complete construction and obtain a CO. I have a couple of comments, and that is per timeline, the expected approval for Alt 1 is June 2022. I think that's, if that has happened, that's great, but I think that's an incorrect one. So the applicant should provide an update on the timeline during the public hearing. And has the approval for plumbing, construction, fence, and curb cuts and DEP house connection, has that come through? And want to confirm that the extension sought is for full 4 years. There are no violations. I have no additional comments on this. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I second the comments by you, Vice Chair, and I have no additional comments to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is only the first extension. They're pending DOP approval. I'm satisfied with the application. I second your comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I second all the comments and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Next
Item,
case.
I'm sorry, ready?
Yes.
Item number 28, 2016 4230 BZ, 1912 Amherst Street, the Bronx.
Thank you. No services required for an extension time.
Sorry.
This is an application for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction, which expired on April 18, 2022, to construct and obtain a CO for a certificate of occupancy, that is, for a 3-story house of worship. In 2018, a variance was granted for bulk modification. And the applicant states the reason for the delay is that the foundation plans were not approved until November of 2019. Excavation did start in 2020 and foundation was completed. And already pretty much most of the approvals, new building permit, DEP approval, sewer water connection, all of that has been obtained and completed. Estimated completion timeline is early 2024, and expected CO timeframe is 2025. So the work is definitely moving along. Progress is being made. The applicant has shown it is proceeding, barring delays related to DOB review and pandemic. So I really am satisfied. I have no comments, and this is the first time an extension is being requested. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just have one question in their construction timeline. They say the start of the building, steel and floor is February 2022. However, they started everything else long after that. So I was just wondering if that was an error and they really meant to say February 2023.
Okay. So the applicant should clarify that at the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you. Fair point. I didn't pick that up. Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you. I share the comment by Commissioner Brown. This application was granted back in 2018. Foundation is done. Construction is in progress. I believe it's in very good shape, and I have no further comments to add.
Okay. Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second all the comments. I just the only thing I want to add is that if they can go through the doc, there are a couple of misspellings on this one, similar to the other case that on number 25, there was a date, some dates were mixed up, just the spelling and clarification. But otherwise I'm satisfied with this project.
Thank you. Yes, these things are minor in scale, but it is for the record. So, and we do use the statement of facts and findings to prepare a resolution. So please do make sure these very basic elements are correct. It makes it easy for all of us to prepare the resolution and for our council to prepare the resolution as quickly as possible. So thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Shibata. Commissioner Yoon?
My comment is in alignment with everyone else's, that the timeline has some confusing dates, and also the most recent revised statement of facts is dated August 30th, but still cites July 2022 for final NB approval. And when I dug around DOB now, it doesn't seem that NB approval has been granted. So an update on the current status and the expectation for when NB approval, with the timing for that, just based on the fact that we've already passed July 2022. That would be great to hear during the public testimony and the applicant's hearing.
Thank you. Okay. And, you know, I just want to state this, all of these questions that are being asked really is to kind of help us expedite the process. And so the more clarity that is provided upfront makes it easy for all of us to review and close and provide a resolution quickly and correctly. Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 29, 2017, 299 BZ, 242 02 61st Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy. A substantial submission came in last week. I forwarded to commissioners or informed commissioners. I don't know if anyone was able to review it.
Yes.
As a response to notice of comments from the project manager.
Right. I think we got it, what, Thursday or something like that?
Thursday, yeah. We put them
Yeah.
on with knowing that we needed comments, so.
Okay. All
Just
right. Thank you. There's an extension of time, so no services required. A full board meeting, community board in this case is going to hold a meeting on October 3rd. And though we are being informed by the board that the official position of the board is to recommend approval. So as mentioned, this is an application for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain CO for a shopping complex, which expired on April 18, 2022. As many of the board members would know that this was before the board and has been before the board for a long time. It has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1982. And the last variance that was granted was in 2018 to increase the degree of non-conforming, conforming use and allow for increased signage. This is a very unusual site and tucked in against a very hilly condition. The applicant is stating the reason for delays are that the site has an unusual, that during the last hearing in 2018, the site was having difficulty in retaining tenants. That was a result of changing retail industry, and the pandemic resulted in additional constraint. And since the last grant of in 2018, the applicant had made repairs to the site, included all the repair, the fencing abutting the residential properties. This was something that the board had asked, and repaired the parking decks. But significant effort has been put in for marketing the site. However, I think the current market conditions and pandemic, all of that has created a havoc in terms of ability to successfully market and find the appropriate tenant. And so the applicant is seeking a construction and is continuing to market for the use that was approved, but there's still some work that needs to be done, and a time frame has been provided, which will take about 4 years to complete construction. The applicant does indicate that there are several violations, but many of them have been resolved, and an expediter has been retained to resolve the remaining ones. I have to say that it is kind of unfortunate that the applicant has to come before BSA for extension of time for shopping complex. It is kind of, I wish there was a better alternative for this establishment to operate as of right, and not have to come before the board for a change in operator or change in a tenant. But that is for the applicant to discover, to identify if there is an alternative. So I really have no further comments on it. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no further comments on this. I think that the latest submission actually fleshed out any questions I had about the timeline. I agree with you. This is a very challenging site in which to develop a project on, and this project actually did serve the neighborhood in its inception when it had a supermarket and it had retail. And it would be a shame to see this site actually go fallow and unused because their grant expired and wasn't renewed. I think it would be a problem for the neighborhood. So I'm in favor of this case moving on and granting them their extension of time. And I hope they find a tenant.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what is being said. I believe this site is very essential to the neighborhood. I wish that they're gonna find a tenant soon. I did go through the the documents that were submitted lately, and I'm satisfied with the application as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So lots of unforeseen circumstances, with Lowe's failure to enter the site after all, it seems like years of negotiation, the coronavirus pandemic and the unique topography. I really hope they find a tenant soon. And I understand I sense your frustration with the process they have to go through for this, but it's fortunate that it may seem that we may be able to close today and they may get their relief. I'm
Yes,
satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that while the second floor and parts of the shopping center have laid fallow and are quite empty, the grocery store on the first floor and the wine store on the third floor both seem to be very active and were very busy when I stopped by. So that was promising. But otherwise, I have no other comments to add.
Yes, as Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned, it has served the community very well, but it is also kind of accommodating, adjusting with the changing retail and trying to figure out a good mix of uses that can survive in this very complex site, because you don't have the visibility on all the locations. It is under a parking. So, and these are very critical aspect to marketing a retail space. So that's what makes the site very challenging. And that was one of the reasons why the signage last time was modified, because to allow for greater visibility. So anyway, that's just a history, not needed. Thank you all. Next case, please.
Item number 30, 2019-58BZ, 13335 79th Street, Queens. This is an extension of term for a special permit to operate an eating and drinking establishment with entertainment it's a Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, thank you. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. We have not received the community board resolution. As mentioned, this is an extension of term for a special permit that was granted it was a special permit that was granted in 2019 and it expired in July 2022. The applicant, there's no change that is being proposed in terms of the use, the operator, or the layout. And the applicant has gone through all the findings related to 73244, indicating that it continues to meet all the elements of the findings. And there's been no change in the hours of operation and no violations. So I just have, I have no questions regarding this application. I'm satisfied. So Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm also satisfied with this application. I performed a site visit here and I found the site to be clean, well taken care of, in a very well taken care of shopping mall.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you so much. I also share the comments by my colleague. I just want to add that they indicated in the statement of facts, they are continuing to comply with the conditions of the previous grant, and they will explain that in the statement of facts. So I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
I think this was the application was well drafted. I'm satisfied with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Like Commissioner Otley Brown, I also saw that the site was very clean and that there wasn't any ambient noise or kind of noise coming from the facility. And it was very busy on the weekend, which seemed good. I had a question, and maybe this is for the board. They asked for a 3-year extension of term, but is it possible to consider something longer so they don't have to come back? Or is that specific to this type of entertainment
That's,
facility?
oh, go ahead.
It is specific.
Commissioner Yoon, yeah, so there's a statutory requirement for a max term that we don't have the discretion to override.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
That's all my comments.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Zoning calendar
Oh,
continued
hold
hearing.
on, General Counsel has hand up.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to go for a little further than what our executive director said. Pursuant to 73-244 in the zoning resolution, it states specifically for this special permit, BSA may permit an eating and drinking establishment with entertainment capacity for more than 200 persons for a term not to exceed 3 years.
So it is what it is. We have to deal with 3 years. Thank you all.
Move on.
Yes,
Zoning calendar continued hearing items. Item number 31. 2019-264 BZ 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
just give me a second. I'm just pulling up the plans. Thank you. So the initial application was heard in November of 2021. The applicant has submitted its response to the comments that were raised at the initial hearing. The applicant has provided clarification regarding the programmatic need, especially with regards to the shared spaces. So just as a background, there is an existing school. The applicant has purchased their adjacent property and is proposing to build the high school in the adjacent property. And the questions that were raised at the last hearing was, are there any program spaces that are being shared? And what is the difference between some of the programmatic space needs on the proposed site? And so with to that effect, the applicant has provided clarification regarding the shared spaces, and that the existing auditorium will be used by the high school for the assembly and school performances and presentation. And the applicant also provided a clarification regarding the differences between a science lab and a STEM lab. And the question was also raised regarding the enrollment. A clarification has been provided with regards to that. Then the question was, with the relocation of the high school students to the proposed building, would it result in increase in the existing building? And the applicant was asked to clarify if the cap on the existing school enrollment needs to be modified, because that was also before the board for a variance. So the school, the applicant is stating that the school currently does not propose to amend the application for 3574 Nostrand. And once the relocation to the subject site is done for the high school portion, then the school may conduct a thorough assessment of the site at 3574 Nostrand and determine if an amendment is necessary. So the applicant was asked to clarify that cap on the existing school and the enrollment. And I think at the last hearing, the applicant was willing to cap the student in both the elementary and high school. And I would want the applicant to affirm that at the hearing. That didn't come through quite clearly in the statement of facts that was provided. With regards to the revised plan that has been submitted, I'm happy to see that the applicant listened to the board and has reduced the proposed building height to match that of the height of the existing building at 3574 Nostrand. The fence on the roof that is proposed, it is a metal fence. It's not clear whether it's a metal fence or a chain link fence. My recommendation and suggestion, actually not a suggestion, I ask that the applicant consider providing a fence that is a decorative metal fence that is respectful of the residential context, and also recommend that the applicant provide a noise attenuation fencing device on the roof, because it is directly facing the rear portion of the lot, is abutting residential homes. I believe we still have open SECRA cases with regards to air quality, noise, and traffic. We do have a DEP approved E designation. Anything to add, Ms. Benke, on SECRA?
Sure. All the information we have was transmitted to DOT, and as well for noise to DEP. Regarding air quality, the air quality analysis is still incomplete at this time. So we are waiting to have that to a full submission ready before we transmit, to avoid double work for DEP.
Makes sense. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
Yes, one of my issues was definitely a question about why the height could not be the same as the adjacent elementary middle school, since they're both 6 stories. And I was happy to see that they brought the height down of this building to match the sister school. I read through the response to the notice of comment, and I saw that they clarified all of the different issues that you had raised, some of which they had actually answered in hearing prior, like the difference between the STEM and the science classes, and what the original building would be used for on the top floor once the high school moved over to the new building. And so I'm actually satisfied with the case right now, and I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you. I saw that they already addressed the question from myself regarding the programmatic needs and the growth during the last hearing. I'm satisfied with their response. I see that they left the door open for amending the the application for the variance for the adjacent yeshiva. I probably can understand this. The building height was broad, like my colleagues mentioned, and they provided an affirmation that the 2 buildings will not be physically connected. On the noise side, I totally understand that they want to wait until they get feedback from DEP and finalize in one shot. So I'm satisfied with the application so far. Thank you.
Okay. Have a question for for Ms. Benke. As part of the noise, has DP been asked to review the noise, the rooftop area also, and I think there is also an open area in the back. If I'm not,
I can check on that for you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure offhand.
Yeah. See if you could just confirm that.
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata. Thank you, Ms. Benke.
I'm satisfied with this application. I agree with the comments of my colleagues. I think this was responsive, and I'm satisfied.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Sorry, I do see a playground noise analysis was sent to DEP.
Okay. And the playground is on the roof?
I will have to check that. Sorry.
I'm just looking for the plan.
You have a lot of schools right now, so I can't.
Yeah.
I have to check.
Yeah, I think there is none on the, I think it's only on the, there's one on the lower floor, on the 2nd floor. And yeah, there is a rooftop terrace on the second floor and also on the topmost floor on the top of the building on the 6th floor. So I'm assuming because both are going to be accessed. So both of them need to be looked at.
Okay. Okay.
Move on, Vice
Yes,
Chair.
yes, the EAS covers
sorry.
the second floor terrace as well as the rooftop recreation.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Yes, we can move on.
Okay, item number 32, 2021-42 BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. This is a variance for a school, a yeshiva.
Yes, 202142. Just give me a second. I'm just pulling out the drawing. Okay. Okay. The initial hearing was held in July of 2022. At the last hearing, the general consensus was the programmatic need was minimal and the plans were efficiently laid out. There were few clarifications the application was asked to provide, and the applicant has provided its response to these comments. A revised plan was provided, and a bike parking along area for students will be provided along the side yard, and the block fence along the side yard will also be improved. And note has been added to the rooftop regarding no sound amplification and light in that area. The statement of facts, page 8, states that the rooftop will be used for outdoor recreation area, which is very different from a passive outdoor space. So it is my understanding, and I believe also the board's understanding from the last hearing, that it will not be used as a recreation area and will be used only by the Beish Madras students. So applicant should clarify that and remove that note from the plan. A letter has been provided by the architect confirming that a new application, new building permit will be required, and it will be filed on a new building permit and will have to comply with the current codes. And a thorough investigation of the existing structure has been done to indicate what elements may or may not have the structural integrity to be retained, and what would need to be removed to be consistent with the codes and other requirements. And the applicant states it will take about 2 years to complete the construction. So the applicant wants to consider it as a new construction, as I said, as opposed to legalizing, since the original structure was being built pursuant to legal permit, as opposed to it being an illegal construction. This is something that the board had asked to revise in its statement. I'm okay with it. The resolution should be, though the resolution should be clear about the past history and the existence of a structure that commenced based on a legal permit. The ownership of abutting properties were provided. However, the statement of facts, a statement of findings, the finding D did not elaborate. It needs to be part of the finding. I appreciate the fact that the deed has been provided and a chart, but that needs to be incorporated in the statement of findings, because the resolution, when it's prepared, it relies on the statement of findings and all the documentations there to carry it forward into the resolution. So please do revise the statement of findings and incorporate finding D, just elaborate on finding D. We still have an open seeker, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Benke. Okay.
She is speaking.
Oh, sorry. Okay. That's correct. We had a playground analysis submitted for noise, and that was transmitted to DEP. And we also have an open transportation analysis, which we received the response this morning and transmitted that to DOT this morning.
Okay. Okay, so we may have to wait for all of that before we can even close. Otherwise, the application looks complete at our end, except for the secret part of it. I think I haven't heard the other commissioners, so I'm just stating my opinion. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So most of my questions I had asked at the first hearing, and they actually all were answered in hearing for me and then followed up in the statement of facts. So I have no more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you. The only thing that I was concerned about during the last hearing was answered, and it is the structural ability of the existing building to withstand intended use loads. They already mentioned that in the submission. I would like them to add this as a note on the plans, and I would like to include it as a condition that says the structural, the existing building will be structurally inspected to determine and, if necessary, modified to ensure it withstands future loads as per the building code. So we alert our sister agency at the DOB when they get the plans that there is an existing building and they need to make sure that it's in good shape to take the loads.
Okay.
Other than that, I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I heard the comments of the other commissioners, and I'm fully satisfied with this application. I think it was very responsive, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have no further comments.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next item.
New items on the zoning calendar, item number 33, 2020-50BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit under 73-621 and 73-622 to permit the enlargement and existing single-family residence.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board voted to approve this project. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-621 and zoning resolution 73-622 to allow for an enlargement of an existing one-family home. The waivers sought are a floor area ratio, open space ratio, side yard, both in the R2 portion and the R32 portion, and also lot coverage in the R32 portion. This is a very odd shaped site, and it is split between evenly split between two zoning districts, R2 along the frontage and R32 along the rear. And because of that, the application has to go through two sets of special permit because of the zoning resolution, because zoning resolution 73-622 does not apply to the R32 portion for on this site. Basically, since the site is located in Brooklyn Community District 14, the special permit of 73-622 only applies to the R2 portion of it and not to the R32. So since the site is split between the two zoning districts, the R32 district portion is being governed through the 73-621. So this is an enlargement of an existing one-story plus attic home. It's a detached home. The applicant is proposing to enlarge a little bit towards on the ground floor and add a second floor and an attic. I think the ask is very reasonable, minimal. I don't have an issue, but I do have some comments. That is, I'm not sure why the Belcher Hyde map was provided from 1920 as the site. I mean, it shows that the site was vacant. It only establishes the existence of the zoning law. And this goes towards I'm now going to go through each one of the findings. So for findings under zoning resolution 73-621, the basic threshold of this finding is that the building in an R3 had to have existed prior to June 30, 1989. So all the applicant needs to provide is a Sanborn map or a certificate of occupancy to confirm that threshold. And I looked through the ZOLA quickly, and it seems that the building has been in existence at this site since 1925, though the Belcher height is from 1920, so that's why I didn't pick it up. So the applicant should provide that verification that it existed prior to that threshold time period. So assuming that the threshold is met, the next element of the finding under 73-621 is that in an R3-2, maximum FAR is permitted is 0.6, and the proposed increase that is about 6% over the maximum permitted, which is less than the 10% that is permitted under zoning resolutions section 73-621. So I'm satisfied with that. With regards to findings under 73-622, one of the threshold is how much of the existing exterior wall is being retained. In this case, over 50% of the exterior wall on the ground floor is being proposed to be retained. So I'm satisfied with that. However, as I mentioned, the proposed enlargement is modest, and the predominant built FAR is in the range of 0.6 FAR to 1 FAR. So the proposed enlargement of to 2,884 square feet, which is less than 0.98 in the R2, I'm satisfied with it. So I have no comments on it. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
Yes, I have no comments on it. I feel that the FAR study justifies that the floor area ratios are well within the range of what is appearing in the 400-foot radius. And I really think that the Belcher Hyde map of 1929 was presented to show that the tax lot was in the same configuration back then as it is presently.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. However, need to establish that it has been in existence as part of the basic threshold.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Chair, the General Counsel has his hand up, maybe.
Hi, just on the question on the issue of the Belcher Hyde and the existence of the building on the zoning lot, the applicant has already been asked to provide an updated Belcher Hyde or Sanborn map demonstrating the existence of a building on the lot prior to 1961.
Okay. The applicant has been asked. Okay.
Yeah.
So isn't this in this case June 30th, 1989, or it has to be 1961? As per zoning resolution 73-621, there are two benchmarks. One is 61 and the other one is June 30th, 1989. I thought June 30th, 1989 is applicable.
As to the portion of the application under 73-622, to the extent that there are any existing non-complying side yards that will be extended, the applicant must demonstrate the existence of the pre-existing non-complying side yard on a Belcher Hyde desk atlas, Sanborn map, or other evidence showing its existence pre-1961.
Yes, thank you. I forgot about the 73-622. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay. Thank you. Did I ask everybody? No, I did not. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, Commissioner Shibata.
I think this was a very thorough application. The lot is oddly shaped. I think they're doing the best with the space while maintaining 54% of the existing joist. I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only other thing to add is on drawing sheet A2. There are a couple, either they're typos or they just need to be clarified for where open space ratio is indicated in the R2 chart and the R32 chart. There are asterisks that note that there are pre-existing non-compliances for the open space, but my understanding is in the R2 The open space previously was at 155%. This chart indicates 69%. So if you can clarify the open space values when compared to the statement of facts, that would be helpful for us. And then subsequently, any revision as needed to that drawing for the record.
Okay. So there's an inconsistency in the drawings and the statement of facts?
Yeah, as regards open space.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And just one more note, board, there appears on the zoning analysis chart, the very, very bottom of it was cut off or truncated. One of the like triple asterisk notes on the zoning analysis chart. So to the extent that the applicant will be reviewing the plans, statement of facts, and making any consistency checks and changes, please do confirm and then resubmit that zoning analysis form to ensure that all of those notes at the bottom of the form get transmitted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, next case.
Item number 34, 2021-59BZ, 16109 Union Turnpike, Queens. This is a special permit under ZR 73243 to permit an accessory drive-through an existing eating and drinking establishment.
Okay. I am just pulling up the drawings. Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. The community board voted to disapprove the application. I would just like the applicant to clarify the reason for the disapproval. This is an action. This is a special permit application pursuant to zoning regulations section 73-243 to permit a drive-through facility with an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment with less than 200% capacity located in a C12 zoning district. This is an irregular shaped corner lot with 3 street frontages. Just in terms of history, back in 1952, a variance was granted on the site to facilitate a gasoline service station and auto repair, which I believe has stopped operating, and thus the applicant is before us to provide a different use, which is more in keeping, I think, I believe, than an auto repair use. It's an eating and drinking establishment with a drive-through. So the applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building and build a new eating and drinking establishment for Starbucks, completely a drive-through facility. There's a new phenomenon we are noticing. The only thing it will serve is customers coming there via they're driving through the facility, or there's a walk-up pickup window. So nobody's sitting there and eating, and nobody walks in and orders and stands by the counter. That's really the method of operation. The applicant has provided its hour of operations, and most importantly, it's in terms of the operation, it's going to be from 5:30 a.m. to 11 p.m., but the peak is from 6:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The applicant states that food will be ready-made, prepared off-site, only heated up at the site, and the trash will be stored inside the building, and delivery of the trash would be 3 to 4 times a week, and it would be done mostly during off-peak or outside business hours. So with regards to the findings, of under zoning resolution section 73-243, finding A, the requirement is that a minimum of 10 reservoir spaces has to be provided in the drive-through lane. The applicant is proposing more than that. 11 is being proposed. With regards to finding B, the applicant is proposing to use the Union Turnpike as an access to the site. As I mentioned, this site has 3 street frontages, 76, right? I think it's 76. I'm trying to look at the 79th Avenue. 79th Avenue is one street frontage, 162nd Street and Union Turnpike. 79th is a very residential street frontage. 162nd, it's a very tiny block front, and Union Turnpike is the main thoroughfare here, which has a lot of commercial use along this frontage. So the applicant is proposing to use Union Turnpike to provide access to the site via two sets of curb cuts. One would be a 24-foot wide curb cut, which would provide both entry and exit, and the entry to the drive-through would be through this, and exit from the drive-through would be via another smaller curb cut, 12-foot wide, that is being proposed. So all the vehicles that would be exiting from the site would be going westbound, because as you can see from the photos, and if you're familiar with the site, Union Turnpike, though it's a two-way road, it's a divided roadway. So no turns can be made to go eastbound. All vehicles have to go westbound. I would like the applicant to indicate the stop signs on the plan for vehicles exiting the drive-through, as well as from the parking space. I have a question regarding the turning radius in entering the drive-through queue. It seems to want to move the vehicle further into the side before turning right to join the queue. So I was just wondering if that was necessary, and would that in any way hamper the maneuverability or slow down traffic, slow down the vehicle movement, and would it cause any backup onto Union Turnpike? So I also would like, I think DOT is reviewing this, so I want to know if DOT has any comments on this. With regards to finding C, the applicant meets the accessory parking requirement. 1 per 300 is required, and 4 is proposed. The facility, as I mentioned, is primarily a drive-through and a pickup, so no patrons will be served inside the building, and the building footprint only accommodates the preparation area. With regards to finding D, as I mentioned, the site has 3 frontages. Union Turnpike is a two-way divided, wide roadway, and both frontages of Union Turnpike have retail use, office, and even healthcare facilities a little further down towards the west. With regards to the lumen plan, it has been provided. The site, the proposed lumen count, the applicant states, will not have an impact on the residential use because there is a street between the facility and the nearest residential use. And on top of it, the applicant is proposing a fence, a 6-foot high fence along its perimeter. So that would also further prevent any spillage beyond. I don't think there's any way it can extend all the way to 79th Street. With regards to the menu board is located along 79th Avenue. I keep calling it street, I'm sorry, it's 79th Avenue. And the applicant states that a 6-foot high vinyl fence with interlocking picket is being proposed along the entire property line and along 79th Avenue and along the western lot line abutting a commercial use. My question is, there is an existing brick wall. I'm not sure why that is not being retained, because that also provides a very good noise attenuation. And unless it's not structurally sound, and that is a reason to tear it down, the applicant should clarify that. At the same time, I think while there is a distance from this site to the nearest residential homes along 79th Avenue, the applicant still should provide signs posted along the fence, stating that the patrons should turn off any sound or noise emanating from their cars, turn off the radio and music and such. And also a clarification is, will the vinyl fence that is proposed, will it be located also along 162nd Street property line? It was not clear from the drawings. And if not, it should wrap around or the masonry wall, whichever way, to have a continuity of the same treatment of the fencing along 79th Avenue all the way to 162nd Street. With regards to finding F, the 3 street frontages provide some buffer. In addition, the vinyl fence or the masonry wall with the landscaping where possible will provide additional buffer. So the combination of these elements will provide adequate buffer from the adjacent residential use. I did not have any, I think from a neighborhood impact and a sound and traffic, it's really minimal. Its orientation is very thoughtful, but if DOT is reviewing it, we have to wait for DOT to opine on it. I don't have any other comments on it. Are there any outstanding issues, Ms. Benke, on the SECRA part?
This is a type 2 application. However, DOT is reviewing it as been our practice in the past. And there's no other open reviews.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
They did issue, they did issue comments on August 15th, and they requested a trip generation survey along with other analysis so they could better quantify the queuing. And we're awaiting a response from the applicant.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Oakley-Brown.
Yes, hi. My only question was what you had just stated about the fact that there was a wall on the northern lot line, and it seems like it's in good condition from what I can see. And I was wondering why they decided not to keep that wall and instead replace it with a fence, because I feel that the wall provides more sound attenuation and is more likely to contain any of the negative effects of what might be going on the site and protecting the properties surrounding. I looked at, when I was on my site visit, I tried to approximate where the speaker would be, the menu speaker, versus where the homes are across the street. And I believe that the menu speaker lines up with one of the residential garages for the corner lot. So that shows me that there's even going to probably be something else in the way that blocks sound. So I didn't think that the menu speaker was going to negatively affect the homes on the street behind the site. Other than that, I feel like in the neighborhood, there are many commercial operations that actually have parking lots associated with them, which shows me that this neighborhood is oriented towards the motor vehicle. And so I really have no problem with this.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. Commissioner Shetter.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. This is a very thorough application. I believe the impact on the neighborhood would be most likely very minimal. I will talk about two things, 2 items. The lighting, I don't think it's going to be any impact on the residences across the 79th Street on the other side of the proposed eating and drinking establishment. That if you look at the lumen values, they are like very minimal right at the property line. So I don't think lighting would be an issue. On the sound, I saw that they have done a very thorough analysis for the sound propagation. I also noted that they indicated they're going to be using AVC system. I would advise applicants, and this is to like make their life easier. If you are using AVC and you gonna keep this AVC on all the time, if you are away from a residential property line by more than, I would say, 35 feet, just do the white paper analysis from the manufacturer, and there is no need to go into a detailed sound analysis like the one submitted. This is going to save you money and time. And I'm satisfied with the analysis that's done so far. Other than that, I believe the application is in very good shape. And yeah, I wish if we've done with the DOT, we can close this as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. Commissioner Shibata?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate all the comments of my colleagues. Just want to state that the CB Community Board voted 10 in favor and 25 opposed. There are deliveries, and they just said they were going to be on off-peak hours. Again, because of where it is, if they could give us times, because they're going to be 3 to 4 times a week, I don't expect this to be much of a nuisance, but just something so we have it on the record. I do believe that 9 people working during peak hours, along with the 11 reservoir spaces, which is more than the zoning requires, I believe that's adequate. I think it's in their best interest to ensure that there's not going to be any cause of delay or traffic as a result of this, because otherwise they would lose clientele. So it seems like they're doing what they need to get people in and out. With the location, the acoustic fence, the trees, the automatic volume control, I'm not really concerned with this being much of a nuisance to the neighborhood. So waiting on, these are my comments. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. The only thing I'd like to add is seconding some of the concerns from a public hearing that Community Board 8 had last year in October. If the brick wall were to be contemplated to be preserved, just to remove all the graffiti that exists on that wall, because that's come up in a couple of neighbor comments and also was seen on my site visit. Other than that, I have no further comments.
And should they retain the vinyl, they need to make sure that remains graffiti free and maintained properly all throughout. So either way, graffiti needs to be checked. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Next case.
Item number 35, 2021 83BZ. This is a variance under 7221 to permit the construction of a house of worship, seeking waivers of floor area, side yard, and parking.
Okay, I am just going for, okay. So we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. We did not get the community board vote. However, we have received one letter of support. This is an application for a bulk variance for a house of worship, which is a permitted use. The waiver sought is a floor area ratio, a side yard, and a parking waiver. Just in terms of the zoning requirement, I think the applicant, what the underlying zoning requires in an R2 district, per zoning resolution section 2434, one front yard may have a depth. The applicant is saying that 2 front yards of 20 foot each is required. I think, as I read it, zoning resolution section 2434 requires that one of the front yard may have a depth of up to 15 feet for a corner lot. So the reason I'm stating that is that gives a lot more room in terms of the footprint, both in the as of right and the proposed. So the applicant is proposing this is a corner lot. It's a fairly large site. It is a 100 by 100 lot, nearly about, it's nearly 100 by 100. Its lot area is 9,569 square feet. The applicant is proposing a 2-story plus a cellar and a subcellar, and proposing a building of that would reach a height of 34 feet. And the applicant is proposing a subcellar that would have mikvahs for both male and female, and a gym, which is kind of new. I don't think we have seen gyms in a place of worship. And then above the subcellar will be a cellar, which would provide social halls and facility that would be used for social functions, special occasions, and for youth groups to use during Sabbath and holidays. And the first floor will contain the sanctuary and the main sanctuary, and the second floor would have the secondary sanctuary that will be used for women. And there's a rooftop. Now, since one of the front yard, these are my comments, since one of the front yard depth can be 15 foot, my recommendation is move the building towards Troon Road. And that way the side yard along the north side can be widened by an additional 5 feet to a total of 13 foot depth. This could allow for a much robust, this would allow for a robust green buffer zone along the northern lot line. And the reason I'm specifically picking on the northern lot line is there are 3 homes with the rear yard facing that side. And I think moving the building further away from those rear yard and providing this buffer would should be considered. The applicant needs to provide detailed treatment of the perimeter. There should be fencing around the entire site. The fence around the residential homes should also allow for noise attenuation and visual privacy to abutting residential homes. The fence should be of respectful nature, that is respectful of the residential context. The lawn that is proposed along the front yard, applicant needs to ensure in the engineering design that the lawn and in-ground planting can be sustained and irrigation included, and provide a note in the plan accordingly. Windows should be attenuated. Specifically, the windows facing the side lots should be opaque and should be fixed. Per roof plan, there will it's now moving on to the plan, and there's a disconnect between the plan and this the statement and the programmatic need. Per roof plan, it seems it says it has a capacity of 145 people with tables and chairs. Since there is no mention of the rooftop space use to be used in the programmatic need, I'm assuming the plan is incorrect. However, if there is a plan to use the rooftop for gathering, the applicant knows that use of rooftop for any gathering in proximity to residential home has not been supported by the board in the recent past. And also based on the programmatic need, I'm not supportive of the need to permit any rooftop gathering at all, in addition to the spaces that are being proposed in the subcellar and cellar. So the rooftop plan needs to be revised accordingly. A note needs to be added: no rooftop access except for emergency and maintenance purposes, and no sound amplification, no lights other than emergency lights shall be permitted on the roof. Is there, then my question is there any need for the elevator to access the roof when no social gathering is to be permitted? And by not having the elevator access the roof, it would reduce the bulkhead along the northern lot line. And the Troon Avenue elevation, then moving on to the drawings, the drawing needs a little bit of cleaning up. The Troon Avenue elevation does not show the stair bulkhead for stair B. It is showing the stair bulkhead for stair A. And the plans and sections and elevations are somewhat confusing and not matching, especially with regards to the stairs, and it's not quite represented correctly in the plan and in the sections and elevations. So please look through them. I think these are just kind of drafting errors. This can be fixed easily. Also, there should be no gathering on the second floor setback and no noise amplification, and a note to that effect shall be included also for the second floor, and that note should say no access except for emergency and maintenance purposes. So with regards to the as of right plan, the subject, as I mentioned, the subject site is pretty large. It's over 9,500 square feet compared to other locally oriented houses of worship sites that the board has considered recently. The as of right project is not utilizing the site as the proposed project where permitted as of right. What I mean by that is that in the as of right, only a 10-foot below grade is being proposed for parking garage compared to the proposed that will have 2 levels of 40-foot plus deep below grade activity spaces. Also, the proposed project is almost built to the lot line, whereas the as of right is not maximizing that. So the as of right needs to do that and also factor in that 15-foot rule. So now moving on to the findings under zoning resolution section 7221. As part of the Cornell deference, the applicant needs to meet the programmatic need and justify its need. And the applicant statement states that the sorry, congregants currently rent space and it has only capacity for 65, and whereas the current membership is more than that. So it really does not have any space for accessory use or for expansion, even for the current congregants. And with the proposed increase estimated growth in 5 years, definitely the current space will be inadequate, and therefore the proposed site and the proposed layout. I still would say that the programmatic need does not clarify the use. There are 2 office spaces. The programmatic need does not clarify the use of the office spaces. The applicant needs to provide room utilization for weekdays also, not just weekends. And the reason I'm asking that is in the statement, applicant states that the gym is something that they would use, which I'm assuming is going to be used not just on weekends, but also on weekdays. If so, need to provide a room utilization for the entire site for weekdays also. So provide a clarification regarding the demand and utilization of the mikveh and the need for 6 prep rooms in one of the sections. The applicant has provided a satisfactory explanation for not providing the parking on site, as all of its congregants live within 3/4 miles of the site and would qualify for the waiver under zoning resolution 25-35. Typically, the board has always used the ZR 2535 as a rule to waive parking, which though ZR 2535 is granted by City Planning Commission, but the board applies that in determining a parking waiver for local house of worships, which in this case it is. With regards to neighborhood character, in terms of the neighborhood character, there should be a wider side yard along the residential lot lines. This is a large house of worship for a locally based house of worship, and I'm concerned about the congregants gathering outside on the side yards. So as I recommended earlier, since zoning allows a 15-foot deep front yard on one of the frontages, make the front yard along Troon Road 15-foot deep to allow for a greater side yard, a wider side yard on the north side, and provide in-ground planting for additional buffer. The applicant should provide an FAR study and building height study because the applicant is seeking an FAR waiver. This is a very large site compared to other locally based house of worship. So I do want to see an FAR study and height study. And I would recommend the applicant to consider reducing the office area and possibly relocate the stair bulk away from the side yard to reduce the FAR and the bulk. In terms of self-created, the ownership of the abutting property has been provided, so I have no additional comments on that. And with regards to minimal, it's not there yet. The programmatic need for the gym is not convincing. Unlike other house of worship on smaller lots, the subject lot size is much bigger, and the programmatic space needs more clarification. The FAR ask is not yet justified adequately, as well as the side yards widths. So those are my initial comments. Commissioner Otway Brown.
My major comment has to do with the programmatic needs for the gym. They do say that in part of the statement that the gymnasium will be used for youth sports. But my question is this formalized in an after-school program or a basketball league? Or is this just, you come home from school and you finish your homework and then you go shoot some hoops in the basketball in the gym and then you go home? And I just wanted to know how many students are expected to utilize that gym during the week. And, I agree with you that they need to justify its existence, because the existence of the gymnasium displaces other spaces and forces them higher and above ground. Without a gym, they might be able to tinker with the size of the social hall and the mikveh and locate them in one single level, and then perhaps sink the main congregation level down into the ground a little bit, bringing down the overall above ground bulk. So that's why I'm asking that question. No other questions at this time.
Thank you. I agree with you. And that is exactly why I'm asking for more clarification on the gym. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to start with saying that I'm against any rooftop gathering or lighting, noise generation on the roof, nor on any of the terraces on the intermediate floors. This is a very residential neighborhood. We don't want to create a problem here. I would believe that the gym that's proposed in the subcellar might be used as a multi-purpose space, meaning that it could be used for gatherings, it could be used at the gym, it could be used for something else. So that would eliminate probably the need for the gathering space at the rooftop. The other thing, and this is not a comment nor a direction from the board, is that I can see that the bottom floor, the subcellar, is about the finished floor of that is about 50 feet below grade. This is a house of worship. Building a subcellar that deep is not going to be a piece of cake. It's going to be very expensive. It's going to be a bit complicated. It's not the mission impossible. It's doable, but it's going to need probably significant amount of funds to be built and built right. So I would advise them, if they want to rethink of building that very deep subcellar, it might be more cost effective for them. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That was a very thorough review, and I agree with what you stated. I also, the first issue I had with this was the bulking. I think it's just way too large for the neighborhood, but I believe with the comments that both you and Commissioner Otley Brown addressed, they could reduce the massing of this site significantly. I also just want to second the statements with regard to the neighbors' backyards. This is directly against neighbors' backyards, and there are windows in the plans. Whatever the final result of this project is, I want to be sure that those windows are opaque so as not to invade in the privacy of the neighbors. Other than that, all my other notes would be repetitive. I don't know if we mentioned that two of the letters opposing were citing traffic and lack of need, but I do believe that the applicant did address the need for this project.
Oh, I missed the two opposition letter. I'm sorry. Can you elaborate on that? I missed it.
It was basically, there's no need for these, the one letter stated that there was little need. I can open them up and read them onto the record if you would prefer. But and the other one was and they both cited similar concerns. They cited the concerns that there are other synagogues within the area, and not far away, and therefore this particular synagogue was not necessary. I was not convinced by that argument, and I believe that the applicant, with their programmatic needs argument, that I found convincing. With regard to traffic, we still have our sister agencies to rely on to see if there's anything, what their position is on it. So I'm gonna for now reserve my comments with regard to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Commissioner Shabeta. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with all of the comments that have been made and that this does not meet the minimum variance needed finding. And also wanted to note that Cunningham Park, which is a very short walk away, is a very lovely public amenity, huge park with a lot of facilities. So when considering the need for a gym, of course, there's a pretty large asset for the neighborhood nearby in Cunningham Park.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Tracy? Tracy?
Oh,
Hi.
yes, Ms. Benke.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to note that we received an EAS this morning, responding to comments previously asked about seeker. I just started looking at it, and the square footages don't seem to match up between the beginning of the document for the project versus the transportation section. So I would have to look at that closer and ask the applicant to look at that closer. And again, we will probably need to refer this to DOT based on the size, but I'll check in and see what other reviews are needed later.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, next case, please. There's something funny on my screen. I'm not able to see. I don't know why. I'm not able to see everybody. So if somebody has their hands up, the emoji hand up,
There's a hand up in the waiting room. This
Okay.
is still a review session. We're not accepting public or applicant testimony at this time. At this
Okay.
time, this is the board's executive review session. The board will be discussing the cases in sequence. And once we conclude the review session, we may take a short break. And then our deputy director will call the public hearing, and at which time we will invite applicants. And then when it's the public's time, we will invite the public to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel Vine. Let's move on to the next case.
Item number 36, 2022-49BZ, 7134 73rd Street, Queens. This is a reinstatement of a previously approved variance for an operating of a knitting mill. They're requesting to change of use to a use group 17A contracting establishment. Also asking for an extension of time to obtain the C of O and a waiver of the board's rules.
Thank you. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve. We received 2 opposition letters. One of the opposition letters states its opposition to residential use and wants the use to remain commercial as it has been. I think there's a little bit of a confusion on the part of the opposition letter. So as stated, this is an application to reinstate for 10 years pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-41 for prior variance that was last extended in 1992 and expired in 2002, more than 10 years, and changed the board's approved use from a use group 17B to 17A contracting establishment. And as stated by Ms. Matias, this is an application, and the applicant is also seeking a waiver of board's rule and extension of time to obtain a CO. Sorry, did I miss anything? Oh, no, okay. I just heard something in the background. So this is an existing 1-story building. The applicant is proposing to, there has been a change in operation. It was knitting, and then it became a janitorial supply. And now the applicant is proposing to change it to a contracting establishment. The building, I believe, is currently vacant. it wasn't quite clear to me. Does the applicant, and that's the part, even, I'm not sure if the applicant needs to provide a proof of continuous use. In this case, is a question for our general counsel and our executive director. The applicant needs to provide more clarity regarding the operation. And that is, will there be a delivery of material? Do tenants come to the site, pick up and drop off supply? What is the frequency and peak period? And the reason for asking this question is to need to ensure that it will not result in any increased vehicular traffic and truck traffic. The applicant is proposing to meet the prior board's prior conditions that the board had stated, which is the hours of operation shall remain as 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Dumpsters will be kept inside and brought out during pickup, and will continue to keep it free of debris. Also, what is not clear is will there be any delivery and loading and unloading, and that if there is, those shall be done within the building. That was also part of the prior grant. With regards to zoning resolution 11-41, as stated earlier, the site has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1930, pursuant to 1916 zoning resolution. The uses were modified over the years by the board and has been in continuous use. Has been in continuous use as use group 17B. Though the statement of fact does not state it, the board of the BSA resolution from 1930 and the last approved plan from 1992 shows that the zoning lot area has remained the same. And that is one of the basic threshold of the 1141. I have a question, and that is in the site plan, I see there's a stair from the back of the building. Since the building is built to the lot line, I'm assuming the stair is leading to another lot. So it seems it's another means of exit. If it is connecting to the abutting lot, I just want to know if there is any easement agreement with regards to that exit. And otherwise, I have no comments. I'm satisfied with the application, and the proposed change that is being requested seems reasonable, except as long as the applicant can clarify that it would not result in additional traffic and delivery and pickup. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
Yes, I agree with you that I don't think that this use as a contractor's establishment is going to be a large departure from the previous uses that occupied this site, but it definitely would be good if we could just get a little bit more detail as to the operations. As you said, in terms of will there be deliveries in or deliveries going out into the neighborhood, and how many times would vans or trucks be making trips into or out of this site. Other than that, the block is a very quiet block. And so I think that out of all of the uses in those use groups or related use groups, this happens to be one of the more benign, a contractor's establishment, because it's largely a low amount of usage, where you usually have just one contractor, usually has a lot of stock and small machinery that it uses, the contractor uses when they go out to sites, but it's not a very busy in and out, and there aren't a lot of large pieces of equipment that could be loud or noxious in use as the site. The site is generally used for storage and some back office situations. Other than that, I just wanted to say, as to proof of continuous use, not sure whether or not it's necessary in that this is a reinstatement, but they do provide a proof of continuous use for many years that show that this site definitely was used commercially or industrially rather as knitting and a textile mill. And while there are a few small gaps in the continuous use, it largely shows that basically this use was more or less uninterrupted from the expiration of the previous extension of term. So I didn't really have any issues with that, except to say that, and this is more of a general comment to applicants, no need to give us Department of Finance tax bills to show active use, because the Department of Finance really doesn't go out and validate whether or not there's active use at the site. What they do is they go based on their description of use, and sometimes they make site visits, but not always, and not to all types of properties. And so you don't really know if it's actively being used based on the tax bill. The tax bill is just an assumption that the use would be continuous, but it's not often validated.
Thank you for that clarification. Note to our team that when we do ask applicants for information, this is something we should not, in cases where proof of continuous use being asked, that we do not ask for this. Thank you. Commissioner Asheta.
Thank you. I agree that we need to get some sort of clarifications on the operation. Probably some interior photos will be helpful as well. On the increase of the traffic, sorry, I'm not sure if granting this would result in any increase of traffic, because they are saying, and I'm not sure if we've noticed that, but they are talking about the use is being as requested since 1999. So this facility has been used as a like they described it as a janitorial and warehouse supplies, janitorial supplies and warehouse since 1999. So I don't think it's a big change for the neighborhood or for maybe the adjacent properties. So what I ask them for now is to provide clarifications on the operation and give us some interior photos. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
I have, all of my comments have been addressed. I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that all loading and unloading should happen indoors. I used to work very close to a number of contracting establishments in Gowanus, and often the sidewalks that are broad as they are here would be used for temporary storage of pallets and things. So just want to confirm that, or confirmation from the applicant that everything loading and unloading and storage would be occurring inside of the building. Other than that, I agree with everyone's comments from before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Nothing. Is there
Okay.
anything that I need to know about, Ms. Benke? I don't think in this one it would be a type 2, right?
I believe it's a type 2.
Yeah, I think it's a type 2. All right, I think that ends the morning session, right?
Yeah, this concludes the public review session for October 3rd, 2022. Do you want to take a 5-minute break or commence with the public hearing? What do you want to do? A lunch break? I
You
don't know,
want to go
12
about it, commissioners? Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's make a 10-minute break. Come back and resume, and then at maybe 1 or 1:30 or so, we take a lunch break. Is that okay?
Okay, so it's 12:08 now. You want 10 minutes? So that
Yes.
will be 12:18.
My clock says 12:10.
I'm going by what the computer is, madam.
Okay, all right. We'll go by what Miss Matias is saying. Okay.
You say tomato, I say tomato. All right, everybody should be back now. You're muted, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's start. We have everybody on board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, change the screen, please. It's not changing the screen, but okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for Monday, October 3rd, 2022. We'll begin with a special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 24, 86348 BZ, 25916 Union Turnpike, Queens. Thank you, Steve. Mr. Corner, hopefully I don't see you in the thing. Oh, crap, we're supposed to be here.
Who are we expecting for
That's
this?
Corner.
Okay, if not, let's give it another minute. If not, let's move to the next case.
Joanne Sullivan has been admitted as a participant. If Ms. Sullivan, if you're participating on behalf of Rex Carner for this application, please raise your Zoom hand.
Hello, no, I wanted to comment about a previous case. I had some follow-up questions. So I'll wait until you can hear me.
Yeah, we will put you back into the waiting room, and when that application is called and we call the public testimony, feel free to raise your hand and we'll join you back in. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to be clear, you already decided on it, but I just have follow-up questions.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
we cannot discuss the case further. You can reach out to the executive director or the deputy or myself. regarding-
We're currently discussing
The thing.
86348 BZ,
Right.
25916 Union Turnpike, Queens. If you would like to participate, if you are the applicant for that application.
Let me just give him a phone call. Is that okay? Can I do a phone call? Or
Yes,
you want to
yes.
second call it then before you do that?
Give a phone call. We'll wait for a few minutes. Can somebody put up the screen?
He thought based on your comments, he didn't need to come back. Sorry.
Okay.
He's one of the old fashioned people that he forgot. He hasn't
Okay.
done this in a while.
Is he joining us?
Yes, he said he'd log in.
Okay.
Tell him to hurry up. Sorry.
We just wanted to, as best possible, in person, virtually, thank him.
Yeah, is there anything else, any information? Because we didn't want to adjourn this when it was a late submission because of the situation have been adjourned several times. So that's why I wanted him to clarify anything that was going on at the site or any other questions you may have. That's what I had wanted. Because it was consistently adjourned because unfortunately of Mr. Duarte's passing.
Right. No, I think from the comments, we were all satisfied with it. We just.
Right. Mr. Carner is in the room. Mr. Carner, raise your hand. Do you Zoom hand? And then accept as panelist. Could somebody let Rex in? Can you unmute Rex? Accept-
Muted.
Okay.
Does it
Can you-
work now?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Can you join in as a panelist so we can physically see you picture?
Let's see, join as a panelist. I'm looking for that.
You just have to turn on his video. That's it.
Turn your video on.
The video is on. Let me just see where it is. Oh, here it is. Sorry. How's that?
Okay. Oh, you just went off, Rex.
All right, hold on. There you go.
There you go. A little better with your camera. Thank you. Let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Mr. Carner, proceed. Go ahead, Rex.
Oh, this is the continuation of that case on Union Turnpike. Extension of term. We've submitted all the updated documents that we had, updated plans, updated photographs, did a site inspection, looks like it's in good shape. And I would like to move the case. I'd like to close the hearing and get on for decision.
Yes, and we did all, as you noted, we were very satisfied with the improvements made. We really thank you and your client for listening to the issues and addressing them. And so I just want to open it. Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Everybody's shaking their head side by side, side to side. So that means no. And let's then go to the public and wait for the public to weigh in, and then only we can close if there aren't any questions raised.
The case we are currently discussing is 86348BZ, 25916 Union Turnpike, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, enter the webinar ID number 897-4660-3885, press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. You can raise your *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, and this is for only 86348BZ.
We'll give about 3 minutes for somebody from the public to call in for this specific case only. So I think there isn't any submission or anything that would be required. My only recommendation is, should we move forward, would be to close, and I would want to put conditions. The conditions would be no parking on the sidewalk, and the parking, any vehicles parked on the sidewalk would be towed at owner's expense. You can put a sign there to that effect, and that there shall be no auto repair work, and that shall be permitted in the open area. And the site shall be maintained debris-free, graffiti-free, and such. Those would be my recommendations to close. And when we do approve it, those would be the conditions that I would recommend. We have to give another couple of minutes. There's a lag time. That's one of the reasons we have to give a little bit of time.
Those conditions would be acceptable to the applicant, I mean, to the owner.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one question. Can I
Sure.
raise? This application was filed with the building department under their old system, what they call the BIS system or the e-filing system, and they switched to DOB Now, which is a square peg round hole kind of system. So I have to switch over to the DOB Now system in order to get the certificate of occupancy. I don't know how many months you guys give us after the decision to obtain the C of O. Is it 20, is it 12 or 24 months?
Typically, I mean, in this case, you don't have any other improvements to make, so I would have given 12, but do you think you would need 24 months?
Well, just as an outlier, maybe, because I just got a few C of Os through the DOB Now system, and it's really completely different than the Schedule A's and the ones that I usually do at the building department. They make me break down each of the specific uses onto, again, this is only a one-story building, but you have to go through 14, literally 14 other exams after a construction sign off. The quality review, the assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, and everyone else. And it's not issued through C of O, it's issued through the DOB Now. So there's an SO examiner, or a special, what they don't call them COs anymore, they call them schedule of occupancies. So again, I have to work that whole system out. And this is a BSA case, and I'm pretty sure the decision now will go to the building department automatically, which is great, but I have to.
So you would need 24 months.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's, we'll
I'm
put
saying
that,
it the long way around the barn, yes. As much time as I can get.
that's fine. 24 months, we will put that in our note. When we do recommend to vote, at that time, we'll put that in the comment.
I hope I don't use half that time or even a quarter of that time, but just in case.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Take a
No one
vote.
called in, no issues. So I would thank you, Mr. Karner, for joining us, and thank you again for addressing these issues. Please do let your client know that. We do appreciate it.
I will.
And with that, I make a recommendation to close.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Connor.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
You too.
Bye-bye.
New cases on the SOC calendar, item number 25, 303-12BZ, 1106, 1108 Utica Avenue, Brooklyn.
Is this Ms. Philaderes?
I would believe so. She's there.
How are you?
Good. Are you by yourself or are you with anyone else?
Yeah, no one else.
No one else? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you so much. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I spoke with the owner's representative earlier today after we listened to your comments. They are aware that the fence is in the wrong location. They contacted the city 2 months ago to ask them where they should move the fence because they want to be sure it's now in the right location, and they followed up and they haven't heard back. We're more than happy to do a submission. Maybe the BSA could help us reach out or whatever you suggest. But they will be fixing the graffiti and redoing the fence. What?
I'm a little confused. So here's a question. When a site is being secured for construction, what is the general rules that says where the fence can be placed? Is there any rule?
The ownership, the person I spoke to, the representative said that it's confusing for them. So they reached out that it's all different for different properties. And so they reached out to the city to be sure where exactly they should put the fence. I can submit more clarification based off of this in writing, but that is what she told me.
Okay, all right. So, all right. So definitely the fence needs to be relocated.
She might not know. That's why I'm sorry.
I think this is something an expediter probably would know.
Yeah, because the owner's representative isn't an expediter, so it would be something I'd have to, a little more time to reach out if you needed more information.
Okay. Please do look into it and move the fence as the requirements are. And you said you will remove the debris, right?
The graffiti, yeah, so
Sorry, graffiti. And what about the flapping boards?
And all of that they're aware of, and they reached out to the city, she said 2 months ago, to figure out where to redo it. And then they're going to redo all the fencing and the boards and the graffiti, and they're aware that it is not a great condition.
Yeah, the sooner it's done, the better. Otherwise, you're dealing with liability issues should the
Understood.
board hit someone.
So,
Okay.
okay. I
All
will
right,
get
next-
back to her and let her know, and tell her she must improve it.
Yes, must.
The other question to Commissioner Shabetta's question is, we got this last approval in 2019, right before COVID. This is a not-for-profit. They have to raise all their money. So bad timing. Sometimes life gives you bad timing. The last extension was right before COVID. It's really hard to raise money and get things done in COVID. So that kind of set them back. And then now they're working with a new developer, so they're more confident. COVID isn't a holdup anymore. Things are starting to move again. So that is that situation.
Oh, and I certainly appreciate that. And I know this is a new owner, and this is the first request of this owner, although this lot has been with us since 2006. I'd just like to know what makes this any different. On a side note, just want to say something about, at certain points you cite May 5th and other times May 6th, and 2022 when you met 2018. And so just clear that up.
Yeah, and we'll correct that in the statement when we clarify anything you need clarified in writing. In addition to that, we'll also redo this.
Back to the original statement, why I just want to have something a little more concrete as why you believe that this January you'll be able to get funding.
Okay, no problem. Well, they are working with a new developer, but we can try. I can have them write a letter or something.
There's something that says today's going to be different. That's all.
Okay, no problem. And then we are asking for 4 years because of, it is a non-for-profit and it's really hard to keep that money flowing.
Of course. And
so you will provide some statement as to how you will ensure some financial.
Yeah.
I understand that you may not get all of the financial, but just something enough to get you started with your securing the architect, getting the site preps, getting the architectural drawings. The thing, money does come in tranches. So whatever it is that you're proposing to lay it out accordingly.
No problem. And maybe if I believe they've hired an architect, so maybe I can at least get the architect to say, hi, I've been hired and I'm working on it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes. So if you can provide those letters confirming that there's some movement that's happening, and with regards to financing, how you're planning to secure it.
I just wanted to add to the question about the location of the perimeter fence. I don't know all of the rules, but I do know that certainly the fence can't encroach on the public right of way. So at a minimum, whatever parts that are bulging out should be at least, if not permanently, but temporarily moved out of the public right of way. And then securing the plywood gate could be as simple as adding another lock or tightening the lock that secures the doors, having multiple points of locking those doors because they're quite big. So those are things that I think can happen in advance of getting any confirmation from the DOB.
Mm-hmm. I will let them know and I'll give them this video so they can watch that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. You have more knowledge and understanding based on your profession. So yes, I agree with Commissioner Yoon. You don't have a DOT approval for encroaching onto the sidewalk, and there's some places the sidewalk width is barely not even 3 foot wide. So it raises a lot of concerns, safety concerns, and not to mention it's not right.
Understood.
So please correct it as soon as possible. And I think nothing. In your next submission, you should provide a very clear line of responsibility and what you will be doing, not still following up with the architect or still following up with DOB and all of that. And if you want, maybe we can send you, I'm sure it's a very simple code somewhere where it says what you can. And I've seen where you have to maintain some minimum distance, and you have some, especially like you have utility things, and then the wall just kind of goes around it to ensure that you maintain that minimum distance from any of the side encroachment. And I don't think in this case that has been done. So very basic things. So please look into it immediately. It's a safety issue at this point, safety and environment. So you don't want to get any penalties. And so just thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon, for pointing that out. Let's go to the public. Are there any comments from any of the commissioners? Any additional comments? Okay, then let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 303-12BZ. It's an extension of time to complete construction of a 3-story community facility house of worship. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 897-4660-3885 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in.
So while we are waiting for public to call in, Ms. Fullader, how much time do you need to provide this information?
I guess it depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a timeline of when we're going to do things and how we're going to do them, then we could do that pretty fast. If you need something changed specifically, I'm going to have to talk with the owner and and all their different people about when they can get that done, because they said they reached out to the city 2 months ago, and I don't.
Yeah, I think let's not wait for reaching out to the city as I think this is a much.
Yeah, I understand that, but to figure out what they're doing, because they're clearly a little bit confused, I'm saying I might need a little bit more time if that's the situation. But if you want just letters committing to what they're doing, I think we could do that a lot faster than actually changing something.
In this case, I think we need two things. One is we definitely need those letters committing to the finance that all the other, you said the architect has been retained, providing a letter from the architect, providing a clearer timeline with regards to the financing. But at the same time, you also need to tell us very clearly what you're going to do to fix the fence and how quickly you're going to get that done. And I'm very I really would appreciate it if you can do it ASAP.
You can give us the date you feel appropriate, and we'll work our hardest to get it back to you in that time.
Okay, so then we won't close. We can close, but we won't vote on it until you fix the fence. Is that something that you okay with?
I can't commit to anything right now because I have to ask the ownership what they can do. I know it costs a few $1,000s. I have to speak to them about money.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I think it's in your best interest to advise your client to fix this issue, because this is a safety issue.
Yeah.
And you do not want them to be liable for any harm that comes. So they should recognize that and correct the issue as quickly as possible and not get any fines for being in violation of any code.
And and I want to tell them that, and I will tell them that, but I'm saying it's hard for me to tell you what they can and can't do and how fast they can do it, because all I could speak to was a representative of the ownership, and I think I need to talk to even a few more people, including the next.
What I will do is I'm going to leave I'm not going to close today. Okay. I need all the feedback from you in order for us to be fully satisfied, and during that time, find out the level of commitment and willingness to make the improvement to the fence condition.
No problem. Thank you.
And based on that, we will take the next step.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Is that reasonable, commissioners?
Yeah,
Okay,
and then
It
if you
is.
do it like this, then you can put it on sooner than later, and we can give you an update about what we're doing, and then you can potentially close it in the next year.
okay, all right.
Sorry.
That's, we can consider that. I'm not promising anything. Let's take
No
one step.
problem.
But okay. So how long will it take you to make the next submission?
So if you want to give us like 2 or 3 weeks to put together what we need to do and make a good submission, I think that is probably enough.
I'll take 3 weeks.
And I see a commissioner has his hand up, sorry.
Commissioner
Sorry,
Sheta?
Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, Ms. Fullader, are you anticipating your client to say, no, I'm not fixing the fence? If this is not the case, if your anticipation is when you talk to them, they're gonna be responsive and take action to fix the fence, and probably by the next submission, you get us pictures and you get us like the status that everything is fixed and okay. I believe we can close it, and if they don't respond like that, we can reopen it and take an action, but it's gonna save us a hearing probably.
I wouldn't, oh.
No, I wouldn't. I think, no, this is serious. And the applicant needs to respond to it.
Yeah, and I want them to
There-
take the
there are a
time to
lot of
think about how they're gonna.
Understood. Yeah, I understand it's a safety issue, and they are liable, of course, for anything that could go wrong. You have to convey that to them.
And also there are questions outstanding that need to be responded to. So until we get the documents and review it, we cannot be sure. I think Commissioner Shibata, Commissioner Yoon, we all have some questions. So those need to be responded in writing before we can close.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So you said 3 weeks. So we will give you 3 weeks to submit. Please make a very, you're very, very good with your handling with your clients. So
Thank you.
you can do magic.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate it, and I think that the time is good to give us, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Next case.
Okay, next case is item number 26, 216 13BZ 750 Berkeley Avenue, Staten Island. I think a revised statement of facts was submitted. Did everyone see it?
Unfortunately not. Did anybody see it?
Let me forward it. I just forward it. I put the, oh no, when to submit? Submit
No,
did send it to 12:19
I
PM.
just saw it. Unfortunately, I didn't see
12:19.
it during the break. I just saw it. What is the change? The changes in the timeline?
Yeah, the hours of operation, attended parking is required on Fridays and Saturdays. There'll be no music or amplified sounds. Hold on. I'm trying to get to the end.
Why don't we have the applicant join in, and then the applicant can walk us through the changes that's been made to the statement rather than.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Obviously. Who's coming in? Don't see Rampula. Philip Rampula. Phil, join in as panelist.
Okay, am I up?
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
Hello,
Raise your
board.
right hand. Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Name is Philip L. Rampula. It is so nice to be back and to be.
Nice to
before the
see
board.
you, Mr. Rampula.
Thank you very
Glad
much.
to see you're feeling better.
I am, thank you. So we made the changes to our facts. I could walk you through them. So if that's okay.
Yes, please.
The first page, we changed the date.
Right.
The second page, first sentence, we got rid of at the end of the sentence, we got rid of the word existing. On the same paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down, maybe the fifth line, we added existing, and then in parentheses, we put demolished. And
Okay.
then on where it says, I think it's the 1, 2, 3, the fourth page, under the heading of past BSA approvals, we eliminated the word the existing and put a restaurant. So that it's.
Mhm. Okay.
And then the
So
la-
this is response to the comments that Commissioner Shetta had raised.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's now clear. Thank you.
And then on the fifth page, second paragraph from the bottom, above my signature, it says, we are estimating that construction will be completed in 48 months, and we struck 30 months. And
Okay.
then on the last page, we added number 8. Months 31 through 48, obtain construction, plumbing, electrical inspections, and obtain certificate of occupancy.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thanks for looking at it that way towards more time.
Yes, you don't want to come back just for that.
True.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Rampula, for correcting that so quickly. Let's go to the public.
Ms. Benke has her hands up.
Oh, sorry, Miss Benke, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know why I'm not able to see anybody's raised hand, so I apologize. Please do remind me when you see it.
Sure, next time.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to state that they submitted a type 2 checklist as requested, and I believe the fee is coming as well, because originally this didn't have a checklist.
So it's okay.
Yes, we did mail it in.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benke. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 216 13BZ, 750 Barclay Avenue, Staten Island. It's extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved eating and drinking establishments. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 897-4660-3885, and then press the pound sign. You will press the pound sign at the next prompt. Press *9 to raise your hand. Once you're in, *6 to unmute. If you are calling in, and if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your little Zoom hand at the end of at the bottom of your screen. Do you have something to say, Mr. Rampula?
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my associate next to me. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, I don't think we need any more submission. You have provided the clarification that we had asked at the review session. And we just need to wait a little bit for anybody from public to chime in. And I wish your client all the best in
Thank
getting.
you. It's a great spot. It's right on the water. He had a lot of difficulty with his existing 2 restaurants, and he's seeing his way through that.
Wasn't this damaged by Hurricane Sandy too?
Yes,
Yes.
it was.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
I think I saw it in the news.
You probably did, yes.
Yeah.
It was a very popular restaurant before Sandy.
Yeah. All right.
What was curious about it is that it was not in a flood zone prior to Sandy happening. So the previous owner never had flood insurance because there was no requirement for it.
Wow.
I'm finding that with different projects throughout Staten Island, that a lot of these damaged properties did not have flood insurance because they weren't in a flood zone.
Wow. Well, high water table, climate change, all of those buzzwords, unfortunately.
True.
3 minutes up.
Almost done.
Okay, I think 3 minutes are up.
Yeah, there it goes.
All right, let's make a motion to close. No submission would be required. So we will try to schedule it at the earliest possible. We will let you know as soon as possible.
That's fine. Thank you.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Item number 27, 10215A, 1088 Rossville Avenue, Staten Island.
All right.
All
This-
right, Elise,
so, Ms. Philader.
are you ready? Good.
Yeah, it's an A case. You don't have to be sworn in. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. Sometimes our construction timelines and such get a little outdated. As of about a week ago, when the architect tried to get the job approved, they said they wouldn't approve it at DOB until they got a BSA approval. So I can update the timeline to say, I get probably November 2022 for that instead of, what was it, June 2022? And there's no sign-offs yet because the DOB won't give anything. Nobody are giving sign-offs until they get the BSA approval. So that's the holdup.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that was our question. We had some confusion on the timeline. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Let me start the clock. So the case we're currently, oh shoot, sorry, 1 second. Started at 1 hour. The case we're currently discussing is 10215A. You wish to discuss 646-558-8656 and to webinar ID number 897-4660-3885. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Press *9 to raise your hand to enter, *6 to unmute if you're calling. And if you're in the Zoom room already, raise your Zoom hand. This is for 1088 Rossville Avenue, Staten Island.
Ms. Fullader, how long will it take for you to revise the document, the construction timeline?
Yeah, and the statement of facts mostly. And it's probably only like a week because I think this, if a clearer statement of facts or where we currently are, hopefully we'll answer all those questions.
Okay, all right. Okay, 1 week to submit.
And whatever date, well, this one actually, the best date we can take because the whole thing's on hold until the BSA gets an approval.
Okay. Well, the problem is the next hearing, the submission, October 17th submission day is passed. So the earliest it can be is November.
Understood. I guess if that's what we can get, that's what we will take.
Yes, so I cannot promise. I'll discuss it with our executive director and others, and we'll get back to you on a date, but you need the earliest time. Okay. All right. What I will do is I'll make a motion to close because this is more of just correcting the information, and we'll try to call it to a vote at the next hearing.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, we're almost ready. 2 minutes.
And just to point out, Ms. Pollard, this particular one, the fence is where it should be. I think maybe
Is
you
that-
should.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe you should ask them.
That's a good idea. Definitely.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to close, Matt? Vice
Yes,
Chair?
make a motion to close.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this is closed for decision. Next item is item number 28, 2016, 4230 BZ, 1912 Ameth Street, the Bronx. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Raise your right hand, Ms. Folder, you're the only one?
Yeah,
So do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. I texted the, ownership, but I don't think he could come on, but he explained to me the situation. So Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant, and I'm going to try to explain this as best as I can. So the DP is re-looking at the construction approval, DOB is looking at it, the construction approval based on the water main. So they're re-looking at the constructing the sewer and the water main, but they think they might not have to reconstruct the water main. So that DEP approval did happen, but everything's getting a second look because they don't think they're going to have to reconstruct a water main. So that's kind of the holdup here. So again, I'm going to need to update that timeline because it's pushed back a little. And yes, with the steel frame, they didn't start. It was supposed to say 2023, not 2022. So I will update that as well. But the timeline's pushed back even further because they're still figuring out the sewer water main connection, what will be constructed and what doesn't need to be constructed. I hope I explained that okay.
Yes.
And they're hoping to get an approval on that next week. That's the dream.
Okay. That's good. All right. Any comments or comments? All right, let's go to the public.
So let me start my clock. The case we are currently discussing is 2016-4230 BZ, 1912 Ameth Street, the Bronx. This is extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved variance permitting development of a house of worship. Should you wish to discuss, dial in 646-558-8656, enter the webinar ID number 897-4660-3885. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you are calling in on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise that Zoom hand. That is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. I'm starting the clock at 1 minute.
Yes, the only comment I'd like to say is because of all these various agency holdups, we would request 4 years. Everything keeps being pushed back. So.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. This also, I think there's no submission required on this one.
Do you want me to, not that I'm trying to make work for myself, but would you like me to update the construction timeline?
Yes, actually, yeah, yes, this was a comment that our Commissioner Yoon had. The timeline was a little bit confusing. So
Yeah.
please update the construction timeline. Yes, thank you.
It kept changing and changing and changing. So I'll give you the most up to date now.
Yes, yes, please do. Yes.
Okay, we're good.
All right, so,
Oh, how much time for the timeline?
yeah, how much time do you need to
Like the
revise?
other one, just a week, because I know where it stands as of now, so. no
Okay.
problem.
All right, so again, this one, I think the earliest we can possibly put you in for is November.
Mhm.
Because October slot submission date is gone. But we'll confirm. And, okay. So I'll make a motion to close, and you have to submit is it going to be just a separate construction timeline, or it would be part of the statement of findings also?
I think it's clear, but you could tell me if I just update the statement of findings completely with the new construction timeline and it's all in one.
Yeah,
document.
perfect. Yes, let's do that. Okay,
Motion
to close.
Motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 29, 2017-299 BZ, 24202 61st Avenue, Queens. This is John Poppin. John Popin.
Yeah.
Hi. Vice Chair Shanda and Commissioners, good afternoon. This is John Popin. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Dwayne Morris. We represent the Douglaston Plaza. We represent the Douglaston Plaza Shopping Center.
John.
Hi.
I need to be sworn in.
Sworn in. Hi.
Oh yeah, duh. Okay.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
So we represent the Ashkenazi Acquisition Corporation on this application before the board for an extension of time to complete construction and an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy. Just for the record, in connection with the variance that was approved in May of 2018 to increase the degree of nonconformance of the Douglaston Plaza shopping center.
John, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you with is Jordana with you?
She is not with me, but she's somewhere on here.
But is she going to speak?
I don't think so. I don't think we'll.
She's raising her hand. She's raising her hand in
John, that's what I'm
the
saying.
Zoom room. I know she works with you.
Yeah.
Can we let Jordana in, please? And I'll swear in really quick.
Hi.
Thank you. Sorry, Jordana.
That's okay.
You raise the right hand. Do you affirm, raise your right hand just in case you have anything to say. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please proceed, John. I'm sorry to keep interrupting you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So we listened to the comments of the vice chair and commissioners at the review session, and I just would say we're very glad that we were able to, and we worked very hard to put in a thorough application and then a thorough response to notice of comments in order to hopefully satisfy the any questions that the board may have. And I would say that the applicant at this point, the owner is really, I would characterize it as feverishly working to identify and negotiate and come to an agreement with an anchor tenant to fill the space that, quite frankly, the Lowe's bailed on after the variance, and is working very hard to make that happen. And with that, we're open to any additional questions that vice chair or commissioners may have with respect to this application. Otherwise, if it may be appropriate, we would ask if the board is satisfied with the application, might the application be closed so that the applicant could really just solely now focus on finding an anchor to come into the space, which will then ultimately precipitate a junior anchors coming in and then inline tenants. And the last thing that I would just say, I wanted to respond to Vice Chair Shanda's comment about potentially another way of skinning this cat, if you will, rather than having to come back to the board each time there's a potential change of use, not on the certificate of occupancy or a change in the envelope of the building or one of the buildings. And I would just say that long and strategic discussions have been had with the owner of the shopping center, and at this, and we understand, and at this particular point in time, ULURP is long and drawn out and expensive, and there's no money coming into the shopping center at this point. So at this, and I will say that there's a particular, and I've represented other shopping centers over the years, there's a particularly close relationship between this shopping center and the community. And there are certain sensitivities with respect to that relationship. And so at this particular moment, the decision has been made to continue on, at the board as potential, it's sort of painful as it may be, but maybe the lesser of all evils. With that though, I would just, again, we're open to any further questions, or otherwise we would just ask if the board is satisfied with the application, if it might be closed for a 4-year extension of time to complete construction.
Yeah, I completely understand your statement, and thank you for that clarification. That's kind of what I suspected, but I don't have any comments, and I do appreciate every effort that your client is making. It is a very interesting, challenging time in terms of retail industry. So wish you all the best. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? And Ms. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing your last name, Garelek? Garelek, sorry. Do you want to say anything?
No, unless you have questions. I believe John summed it up pretty well.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Then let's go to the public.
Oh, fire department has its hand up, Madam Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, Chief Daly.
You let him in? Chief Daly? He has trouble getting in, I guess.
I can see him. Not sure why my screen is.
Someone let Chief Daly in if you can let him in, or you want to call in, John, or something?
All right. Is Chief Daly having difficulty getting in?
I think he's coming in now. Chief Daly? Do you want to go to the public and see if you can get in, or wait, or what?
Yeah, let's go to the public, and when Chief Daly is able to get in, we'll.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2017-299 BZ, 24202 61st Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of time to complete construction and obtain a C of O for a shopping center. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 897-4660-3885. press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the cell phone, sorry, on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Let me start the clock. A minute. Steve, is he on the phone or is he able to? For Chief Daly?
I think he's on both, but I don't know if they probably pressed it by mistake or if they really wanted to speak.
Oh, okay.
In the meantime, maybe I can perform a song.
Another musical applicant with the case.
That's right. I have a guitar right here. I can just strum a few.
That sounds good. Mr. Costanza.
There's also a Douglas Montgomery raising his hand. Steve? Douglas Montgomery? Can you let him in?
I don't see.
Steve, you let him in, he's a participant.
Yeah, I let him in already.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's, you want to mute? Okay,
I don't have my camera on. I don't know why it's supposed to be on.
okay, please state your name.
My name is Douglas Montgomery. I am zoning chair for Community Board 11 in Queens.
Go ahead, please go speak.
You need to swear me in?
No, sir.
No.
We had a zoning chair meeting 2 weeks ago. The issue that came up was security of the place, of the entire complex, because most of the storefronts are vacant. I have since met with the management there. They have put into place additional security, including hiring an overnight person to watch the place. They've done everything they needed. We're very happy. We approved it by committee unanimously, and I present it in front of the board at tonight's meeting. So they've done a great job, everything and more than we've asked for.
Great.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, John just
Yes.
text, John Daly, Chief John Daly from the Fire Department just emailed me. He said, Fire Department has no objections. Fire suppression system is operational.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, you can't get in. Something's wrong there. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Montgomery. So there's a vote tonight, the community board vote.
Yes, there's a meeting tonight at 7:30 where I don't anticipate there being any issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for thank you for joining in and presenting your views. Any other public speakers?
General counsel, but I just remind Chief Daly to submit his statement in writing. Thank you.
That's
John,
all. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
I knew you were going to say that, so I raised it. Okay. We're done. Anything else? Move on.
No, thank you.
Do you want to close? Do you want to?
Yes, I would make a recommendation to close, and we will try to schedule this at the earliest possible hearing. No submission required.
Thank you very much.
Motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this is closed for decision.
Thank you all for calling in and participating.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 30. Item number 30, 2019-58 BZ, 133 35 79th Street, Queens.
This is Mr. Goldstein's project, right?
Yes, how are you? Bonnie from my office should be here also. I don't know if was let in. Bonnie Rose.
Yeah, Bonnie Rose is here. We go. She's coming in.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, both raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Good
please
af-
proceed.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Bonnie Rose with the Law Office of J. Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments and we thank them for their review and their feedback. Just as a note, the Community Board Land Use Committee had no objections to our application. We're slated to appear before the full Community Board this Thursday, and we similarly expect no objections, particularly as they had previously voted unanimously to approve the original special permit. So if it would meet with the approval of the board, we would respectfully ask if this application could potentially be closed and laid over for decision.
Okay, thank you. That was very thorough.
Good job, Bonnie.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. Any comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2019-58 BZ, 133 35 79th Street, Queens. This is an extension of term of a previously approved special permit for Chuck E. Cheese. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, enter webinar ID number 897-4660-3885 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen.
Right.
Wait a minute, start my clock.
I don't think we will need any submission on this one. So, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So after the 3-minute, I will recommend that we close.
2 minutes, Vice Chair.
Yes, okay. Oh, after 2 minutes, we will make a recommendation to close.
Okay.
And we will put this on the next possible hearing date.
Okay, great.
Just to that, while we're waiting for the board's for scheduling purposes, all of this can appear until the November 14th hearing. The next available hearing is October, as part of the holidays.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
And we need the community board final vote, Jay?
That's on Thursday night, so we'll have that in time, but I just won't be around.
Sure. Okay. The 3-minute just got up.
I gotta change this thing. Okay.
All right. So let's make a motion to close. No submission required, and we will schedule it for November would be the earliest possible one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, so closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
It
you.
is
everyone.
thank you very much. It's
So
1:23.
I have let's take a break. Let's take a 40-minute break. And unfortunately, I need to have lunch.
So that's half an hour is
40, Miss Matthias, 40 minutes.
It's 37. It's 23 now, so it's 37 minutes.
I could make it 45. It makes it easier for the math.
I don't care.
Okay, 40
It's up
minute
to you,
break.
Vice Chair, what time you want to come back.
Let's do 40 minutes, 40 minutes.
40 minutes, 40
and
minutes
then
from now.
40 minutes from now, my clock says 1:25.
That's what I have.
So 40 minutes from 1:25.
Okey doke.
Okay, let's
All right.
resume. We will be on the continuing hearing calendar for all the zoning cases. So
Yeah.
good time to break.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all. See you soon. Hi, is everybody back?
Time is it? 2:05. Okay, hold on. Let me lock the door. Was that the noise? Okay. We're ready to rock and roll?
Yep.
Okay. We're live? Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are resuming with the public hearing for October 3rd, 2022. We're back on the record. The next item is the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 31, 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hello. We should have with us Rabbi Deutsch and Amber.
Oh, was that not recorded?
Oops.
Start again.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you can see it over if you want to see it.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the public hearing of the Board of Standards and Appeals for October 3rd, 2022. We're back on the record. This is the afternoon calendar, zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hi, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have with me Rabbi Deutsch and Amber Kartalian. And hi, Rabbi. And
Is there anyone else?
I don't think anyone else needs to speak on this one.
Okay. Amber, is Amber logged in yet?
I don't know. I see her on mute.
See her, but I don't. Amber, raise your hand. Thank you, Amber. Okay, every mute, Rabbi, may I ask you please, sir, to unmute? Rabbi?
Okay, I'm on.
Oh, good job.
Thank you. I can see your face. Thank you. Do you, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond on said board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Fullader, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. We all listened to your comments earlier this morning. And first on page 1, it says that of the statement of facts, it says that the high school will have a cap of 220. I don't know if you saw that. And then not in this document, but in many of the different supporting materials, the adjacent building, which previously had a grant approved for 500. So that's the cap on the adjacent building is 500.
Okay. So you're retaining the 500 cap.
Yeah, because what
existing
happened with
cap.
that is, as explained in the programmatic needs report, that it went beyond that. And that's why we need now this, and we're going to go back to that 500 cap is where it should be.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Okay, so that's one of the questions. And then we are happy to put a decorative fence up. Our materials indicate that we would not need acoustic fencing. However, we're waiting for clarification from, the DEP, but Amber can speak a little bit about that. I think I may have stolen her, thunder in that, but she can speak further on that if you have any questions about that. And then we can include all the sign-offs, et cetera, in an updated EAS. Amber, anything to add?
So we did do a playground noise analysis on the proposed rooftop recreation area, as well as the proposed second floor terrace on the, we've identified 2 receptors. One is located across the street on Nostrand Avenue at a distance of 135 feet. The second receptor is 40 feet away in the rear of the second floor terrace. And based on that analysis, the impact threshold for additional noise generated by the proposed project would be 3. And we generate, I believe it's 0.1 and 0.5 for 0.4 for the second floor and 0.1 for the first floor respectively when you consider future noise levels. So it's below thresholds, but of course we're waiting for DEP review and concurrence of that. And if they do determine that attenuation fencing is required, we're happy to provide this.
Can I make a suggestion? More than the roof, I'm more concerned about the second floor.
Okay.
I would say, and also this is more in terms of your program, as there are times that there'll be some shift in the programs. I recognize that you cannot always have everything exactly, and you cannot control everything there, while that is the best intention of the school. And sometimes things don't go exactly how you plan it. So I would say, just to be on the safe side, definitely on the second floor, provide noise attenuation, regardless of what a DEP study says. And on the sixth floor, roof of the sixth floor, if a noise attenuation study dictates that it's needed, then you'll provide it. If not, at least, I think the noise from that will be less of an impact, but it definitely will be more of an impact on the second floor, should there be any cause of any rise. And this is being a good neighbor. And so that would be my recommendation to you, Rabbi. I hope, I know everybody does well and does everything in their best interest, and but sometimes things don't go exactly we planned. So just for that, you don't want to upset the neighbor. Just be respectful of that and provide that fence.
So to confirm, we're going to be showing the decorative fencing then at the rooftop unless otherwise determined by DEP. And in the rear, we're going to show chain link with acoustic fence or similar material.
I would prefer not a chain link. Again, you want some fence that is respectful of the residential character, and with an acoustical fencing.
Understood.
Okay. Is that okay with the commissioners? Okay. Thank you.
Not sure if there was any other comments. Those were the two big.
There was a comment, and correct me, Commissioner Sheta, about the structural stability note.
About the what note?
Is it this case?
No, I don't think we had that question here.
I had a question for Amber about the air quality analysis. What's the status of that?
We're working on that. Just for some context, we have to do detailed modeling on building heating and cooling. The proposed building in this most recent version that's in front of you, the building is now lower in height. So that now spurs building on existing analysis, basically to evaluate emissions from the proposed school on the existing adjacent school, as well as evaluating, Tracy, the emissions of the existing school adjacent on the proposed rooftop play area. So we know that that's pending and outstanding, and we're working on that, as well as the September 16th DOT comments that came in after this submission was made. So those are the two items that are on our list in terms of seeker.
Thanks.
Sorry, the comment was for the next case. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I was talking actually, but I realized that I was muted, so that's why you didn't hear me.
Okay, sorry, Elise.
No problem.
Okay. I think we don't have any other comments. Unfortunately, we need all the sign-offs from our sister agencies. So meanwhile, let's go to the public. Are there any questions from the commissioners? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's go to the public. And
okay, the case we are currently, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The case we are currently discussing is 2019-264BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue. This is a variance for development of a school. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter the webinar ID number 4660-3885 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone, and if you are already in the Zoom room, please raise that little Zoom hand that's on the bottom of your screen, and this is only for 2019-264 BZ. And the 1-minute clock starts now.
I guess while we're waiting here, I could let you know that we discussed it and we think that 60 days would be best to get responses and finish with the sister agencies.
Okay. I mean, you do not have anything to submit unless there are comments that come from DEP or DOT that needs to be reflected in the drawings.
Yeah, the drawings are going to reflect DOT comments related to existing and proposed site plans, as well as the changes to the fences as part of this hearing.
Right. Yeah. Right, the second floor fence thing. Okay. 60 days. Okay.
So if you have room on the December calendar, that.
Okay. We will take note of it. We will try our best. We will confirm later on. Soon. We'll get back to you.
No problem.
Okay, move on.
Yeah.
Item number 32, 2021-42 BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. This is Ms. Altman. Okay, so just-
This is Ms. Altman's case, right?
Yes, don't.
And the next
see-
case is also hers.
I don't see. Oh, there she is. Raise your hand, Lyra, or join as panelist, please.
Already done?
Oh, good. There you go. A little slow on the uptake, sorry.
No problem.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to the board member questions?
Of course.
Good. You have anyone else with you?
Well, I believe David Rothstein is going to be logging on and Mark Mariscal may be logging on.
Mark is there. Mark, can you join as panelist, please?
He is the architect on the job.
Yeah, we need him. Good. Thank you. Please raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Lyra?
All right. Well, good afternoon. Lyra Altman from Law Office of Lyra Altman. I did watch your executive session this morning and heard your comments. With respect to changing the statement of facts and findings to say passive outdoor space, I apologize. I should have caught that when I made all the other changes. I will be glad to make that change. In addition, I'll be happy to add the information on the adjacent property ownership into section D on the statement. And lastly, there was a note that Commissioner Shetta asked to have added. I didn't catch every word of it. What I'd like to do is I'm going to go back. I'm going to write it down exactly as he said it, and I'd be glad to add it to the plans. And Mr. Mariscal is aware of it as well, and he's already consented to it as well.
I can send it to Ms. Springer and she can send it to you as well.
Wonderful. This way I can make sure you get it exactly as you'd like it.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Um,
And then, of course, we're waiting for DEP and for DOT, but we've already made our submissions on both.
Right, so I believe a submission was just recently submitted to DEP.
Right, we had
and
submitted on
DOT.
DOT originally, and then they came back with other questions prior to that one going out. So what we've done is we've now done a comprehensive submission, and that went in this morning.
Okay. So, okay. All right. I guess we will have to get their sign off before we can close, the drill.
Understood. I would ask if it was possible, if the board was satisfied, if it was possible to schedule a possible close with a decision in December, as this is a school and they're under a tight time frame, as you understand.
I cannot promise that because a
Of
lot of
course.
it depends on the back and forth between DEP, DOT, and you.
Understood.
So best we can do is, maybe we can try to do one thing is we can, so you think it will take till December for?
I don't, but I was trying to give room for DEP and DOT, to be honest.
So this is what will happen. If let's say if we do get any sign off from DEP and DOT, at that time, the best we can do is we can close, but we will not be able to close and vote. So the vote will then happen in January.
Is it?
So I just want you to be aware of it. We can do that. That's okay with it.
Would it be possible then to, we're trying to get this solved before January. We have a little bit of a situation that we need to get this financially for funding to try to get it done before the end of the year. That's why I tried to ask for December. That would push us as far out as possible to give DEP and DOT as much time as possible and still allow us to get this resolved before the end of the year. And I see Carlo has his hand up.
Carlo?
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, I mean, one thing we could do to consider, and again, I can't speak to the turnaround time with the sister agencies and any additional comment. We can tentatively schedule, let's say, for the November hearing with the understanding that if it's unresolved, we'll just adjourn to December or something like that.
Okay.
But that's the only two options we have left. If, unfortunately, Ms. Altman, if we can't reconcile this by December, we don't have a choice.
Understood. Of course, I'm not even asking you to close it without getting SEQA resolved. I understand completely that you cannot and should not do that.
But we can work that out so that it's kind of like you're almost tentatively on both days, with the understanding that, if we reach resolution in November, we could definitely close it and you would be available for a December decision date.
That would be phenomenal. I really appreciate it if you do that.
Okay. So that's something we will work on, and we'll be reaching out to you this week. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, we always find a good resolution. Thank you, Mr. Costanzo.
I don't disagree. Thank you, Carlo.
But I think a good part of it is on your side, Ms. Altman, and your clients to basically respond to DEP and DOT comments in as quickly as possible and in terms of what they ask for. So that's the only way we can kind of push them.
Of course, we understand that completely. And we can have the rest of the submission into you next week if you like. It's very minimal.
I would say wait, because if there are any comments or anything from the plans based on DOT and DEP's review, if anything comes up that needs to be reflected in the plan, then include that and then submit it.
We'll be glad to do that. This way we can potentially reduce the number of submissions. Not a problem.
Yes, and Ms. Benke and who's the project manager on the Jella is always on top of this. Both Ms. Benke and Pranka,
You've been phenomenal.
So yes, we know that. Thank you. So please, just be on a lookout for any conditions or anything that DOT or DEP places, and and those get reflected in the plans, and do alert Ms. Altman on that, so that the architect and Mr. Americo, sorry, I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Mariscal can make those changes in the drawings. Sorry, Mr. Mariscal. So let's go to public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2021-42BZ 2901 Avenue L. This is a variance to development of a school. Should you wish to discuss, dial in 646-558-8656 You will enter the webinar ID number is 897-4660-3885 and press the pound sign. You will then press the pound sign at the next prompt. Once you are in, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, and that's the little raised hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're in, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, we did all the talking that we should have done while we were waiting for the public to call in. But so the plan is hope for the best, hope for a November hearing with all the sign off from DEP and DOT and all the DEP DOT comments incorporated, and followed by a decision in December. That's like the best scenario.
That would be great.
Okay. And I just want to put, yes, there's a note that there should be no, and I think the same note should be also put in the yard, no sound and light, no sound amplification devices on the side yard also.
Okay, we'll add that to the plan as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no one called in that I know of. You gonna call in? Nope.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good to see you all.
Thank you very much.
Don't leave, Ms. Altman.
I won't. I'm here.
New items, item number 33, 2020-50BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn.
Good
Are you
afternoon.
alone?
I am alone on this one.
Okay, raise
Still
your
Lara
hand.
Altman.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do, of course.
Proceed.
Still Lara Altman from the Law Office of Lara Altman. Once again, I watched your review session this morning, heard your comments. With respect to the Sanborn map, I've already obtained the 1950 Sanborn map. When I submit it to your board, what you will see is that the lot and the house are identical to the existing conditions. So I already have that.
Was it just submitted today or?
No, I didn't submit it to your board. It just arrived this morning.
Okay.
That
okay.
request came in to me on Thursday. I immediately sent the request into EDR, and it came back to me this morning.
Okay.
But I wanted to let you know that I do have it in hand. It's already been compared and it is accurate. I figured I would wait to submit until I saw what else your board wanted from us.
Okay.
In addition, I heard Commissioner Yoon's comments from Jordan A2 to check the R2 and R32 open space. We'll be glad to do that. And whatever errors we find, I'll be glad to cross-reference with both the statement and the zoning analysis to make sure everything works. I appreciate you looking at that. As you saw, the calculations on this job are a little, I'll say, unusual at best.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Of course, and we'll also make sure the zoning analysis doesn't cut off on the bottom with the triple asterisk that I saw.
Yes.
That was something you'd seen. And last, I got an email last week from the board asking me, in addition to that Sanborn map for the open space and lot coverage studies, there is no lot coverage requirement in the R2 district. It's an OSR requirement, open space ratio. Is that something your board wants, or are you comfortable with what we have right now?
I think the lot coverage is only required for the R32 portion.
Correct.
And that is governed by 73-621.
Correct, which is a 10% increase in lot coverage is all that's permitted.
Right, and you're not proposing to increase anything on the R32 portion. You're kind of retaining the existing one story, right?
There's a little bit of an increase on floor area, but we're not increasing the footprint.
Right, so in terms of the lot coverage, the footprint remains the same in the R32 portion.
I believe you're correct on that, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think it would be needed for that. Yeah.
I could just clarify the request because it came from me
Sure.
after speaking with General Counsel last week.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, not at all. I just want to clarify that I believe there's a waiver for open space in
Open space
the
ratio in the on the R2 side. Yes, there
on the
absolutely
R2
is.
side.
And that's what I was
Right,
wondering
and-
if you wanted a study on that.
Right. And I was speaking with General Counsel Vine, and he was saying that open space studies are usually or can be a bit more complicated. So oftentimes we'll just ask for a lot coverage study in lieu of an open space study when that waiver is being requested. So that's where the request came from last week.
Okay, I will tell you that typically what we do is we gladly provide a lot coverage or an open space study on the R32. And the R2, rarely do we submit an OSR, but if you'd like one, I can have one made. It's not a problem if you'd like it.
Yes, now it's
Carlo is
clear.
looking for us already.
Yes, now I understand Ms. Yoon's, Commissioner Yoon's request. So yes, I understand. So the OSR is very complicated. We end up looking at the reverse. It's like the positive negative. So you're looking at the lot coverage to kind of understand the OSR.
Well, lot coverage and open space are reverse of each other. The open space ratio is not. That's a totally, I'll say odd calculation.
It is an odd calculation. That's kind of why we kind of use that as the way, but yes, please do provide it.
And just board, and that's why it's open space ratio is a little difficult contextually to provide on a study map, and that's why we accept and prefer a lot coverage or open space study map to demonstrate whenever an open space ratio or open space lot coverage waiver is being requested.
Historically, Chase, I'm going to ask you, historically, I've given you an OSR study. Would you'd prefer a lot coverage than an open space ratio? Because I can have that done either way.
Whatever the applicant decides to demonstrate the waiver as it's appropriate contextually.
Okay, I prefer to go OSR, only reason being that this way is a real comparison to the number on our plans, because our plans and our zoning analysis are going to show OSR because that's the requirement in this district.
We can discuss this offline.
Okay, absolutely.
Bottom line is a study that represents that has to be provided.
I'll be happy to do it.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon and General Counsel Vine, for that clarification. And now I understand where that is coming from. Any other comments from any of the commissioners?
Oh, we still need the Belcher Hyde, right? The 29 Belcher Hyde? No?
No, I have the 1950. I'm going to submit that.
1950, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to submit that to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the public then.
Sure. The case we are currently discussing is 2020-50BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to permit the enlargement of existing family residence. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 897-4660-3885, #. At the next prompt, you will press the #. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, press *6 to unmute to speak on the phone, and if you are in the room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. Let me run the clock. Okay.
Okay, how much time would you need to submit?
Given the fact that we have a study, I'd like to make sure we have 3 weeks to submit, please.
Okay, all right. Okay. So you will, we are looking for the Sanborn map. We are looking for the OSR study, and whatever comes out of those studies incorporate into the statement of fact. And I don't think you need to revise the drawings.
We may, because we're going to check that calculation on the OSR and open space. And once we do that, there may be a revision necessary on the plans, the zoning analysis, which has to then go into the statement.
Okay, all right. So I will then not close it.
Understood.
All right. Okay. Even if you have 3 weeks, I'm just looking at the November calendar. Because November calendar due date is October 25th. I don't think that's enough time.
I know that I have the sandbar already in hand. I know that I can get the architect to deal with what he needs to do. I believe I can get Ian to do that study within 3 weeks as well.
Okay, because the
Assuming I
submission-
clarify with Mr. Vine very quickly what study we need.
Right, yeah. So, okay, I'm just looking at in terms of the submission deadline. So maybe the earliest could be November, but December is possibility.
That's fine. That's fine as well.
December, then we will do. That gives you enough
absolutely fine.
time to tie all the bows nicely.
That's perfectly fine. December works.
All right. Nobody has called in.
Okay, let's go. Next item is 2021.
Thank you again.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Sorry. 2021-59 BZ 16109 Union Turnpike, Queens. So here already, Jay. Anyone else with you, Jay?
Tom Whitney may be with me from Starbucks. I don't think he's going to be necessary for this though, so we can start.
I don't see him in the room. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. So I heard the review session and I'd like to address the board's comments one by one. With regard to the community board, I believe the community board opined that it's a desired use, but that since we didn't have DOT approval yet or DOT confirmation about traffic conditions and traffic impact, they weren't comfortable approving it. That's my understanding of their recommendation. That's based on the discussions that happened at the community board. That said, we did receive DOT comments that we are currently in the process of responding to. So as we work through those, hopefully there's clarity and hopefully it comes back and shows no impact. With regard to the other comments from members of the board, so there was one comment that was repeated of why is the brick wall being removed? So the brick wall is actually part of the existing structure. So when the existing structure is torn down, the existing structure is on the lot line on 162nd. So when that is existing structure, or sorry, rather on 79th Avenue. So when that existing structure is removed, it's going to be very hard to maintain just that wall. So therefore, we're proposing the building will be pulled off of the rear lot, off of that lot line. Therefore, we're proposing a fence with sound attenuation as and the sound results as indicated. So therefore, it's very hard to maintain that wall. But to the other point, we will explore wrapping the fence around to 162nd as well for further buffering. We'll add on to that sign the no idle and shut off the radio note, which the board will make as part of their condition. And finally, and to Commissioner Yoon's point, the removal of graffiti is very, very routinely added as a condition of the board's grant. We anticipate it will, and we anticipate that we will do an endeavor to keep it graffiti free. And the last comment was to amplify the times for delivery, and Commissioner Shabetto, we will put that in our statement of facts. I see that Commissioner Shata's hand is up.
Yep.
Jay, I want to give you a clue. If you, I understand that the existing wall is part of the existing structure, but it's partially part of that. If you can so cut it, I believe you can save big chunk of that wall. It's a fortune to build a wall like it.
Right.
If you just so cut it, it's gonna cost a so cut, and you could rebuild the rest.
Yeah, I discussed it with Starbucks briefly after the review session. We're going to look at it and see the feasibility. But if not, the fence that we're proposing, we believe, as noted in our sound attenuation, should protect the neighbors, especially if we wrap it around to 162nd. So we're going to look at the stone wall to see if it can be salvaged. The initial reaction was that it's not, and that if we tear down the building, we'd have to extend that wall for continuity, but they'll analyze it and they'll get back to us on the design. There's aesthetics involved as well from their standpoint. The rear of the building, the rear of their building is going to be aesthetically designed so that it's nicer for the neighbors. So you don't want to necessarily have a brick wall blocking that as well.
That's why. I get it.
I think you answered the question.
You know, I don't say no. We'll see what happens. I think those were all the questions.
Yeah. Okay. And will you be also wrapping the fence along?
So I asked them if they can do it along
Union?
162nd, not along Union, because that's the entrance and the exit of the. There are 3 streets. So Union is the main entrance and exit of the drive-through. 162nd and 79th are what you mentioned, Madam Vice Chair.
Right. No, I said all along the perimeter, and what I meant by that, including the portions of the Union Turnpike, that is where you're not going to have the curb cut.
I can look
like
over there.
especially along, like if you wrap it along 162nd and extend it up to the first curb cut.
Right, I can look. I think there's going to be, you know, planting and signs over there, so it may not work, but I can ask them. I can propose it to them.
Yeah, I think the planting is only along the corners. There's a good part of it that does not have planting. So if you want to keep people from walking in, I mean, this is also a way to keep people from walking in the middle and not crossing through the driveway. So that would be the other reason for you to want to have that fence just up to that first curb cut.
It's something we can explore, no problem. I'm not in charge of design. I don't deal with design in my life, and let alone in Starbucks's.
And I'm just looking at the plan, and will there be also perimeter fence between that commercial use and to the west?
Yeah, it'll be a very small aspect because there's buildings on the lot line, a garage and an existing building.
Right. So just indicate that in the drawing, and maybe the material difference would be somewhat different along that commercial portion, whereas it would be different along the, but you know, so just clarify those.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the greening, your most greening area is right in front of the building, because you don't have much greening space elsewhere. And the other question I had was the way the turning movement is happening. If you look at
Right, so that's going to be analyzed by DOT. I think that was part of the comment also. So we're working through the DOT review. They've made some other recommendations to the layout of the drive-through, which we have to analyze and incorporate. So that may change once we go through the DOT comments.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public, please.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2021-59 BZ, 16109 Union Turnpike. This is a special permit to put in an accessory drive-through to an existing eating and drinking establishment. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 897-4660-3885. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise that Zoom hand. That is a little hand on the bottom of your screen. And we're only calling about 2021-59 BZ. Once you're allowed in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. And the clock starts now. How much time you need, Jay?
We're trying to get this done ASAP because we want to beat the blackout dates. So we're going to have our responses to DOT by the end of October. So we can have, I think, give them some time to respond, us some time to respond. If we could have a hearing in January, that'd be great.
January?
Yeah, I think that hopefully will give DOT enough time. I
Okay.
know what's been going on, but I heard they hired some more people, so I'm hopeful.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, move on to the next one, 2021 83 BC, 80-74, 188th Street, Queens. Are you the only one, Jay?
Yeah, should be.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. I apologize, my architect was here, but he had to go, but we did hear the questions. He listened to the review session. I think the crux of the board's comments really are, one, find ways to try and reduce the bulk of the project, and to justify the weekday and weekly and weekend uses of all the spaces. So room utilization for the entirety of the building for the week as well. Madam Vice Chair, with regard to the front yard, we're going to review that. I think the section you mentioned was a residential district, was a residential bulk as opposed to community facility, and therefore I have to check if it's applicable. If it is, we're happy to do that. We'd love to, accommodate it that way. That said, we'll add to the plans in any event the treatment of the side yards and the fences, and
It's 24-34. So I think it.
So
yeah.
I think you quoted 23-40. Okay, no problem.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 24. I misread my own notes.
No problem. We'll definitely analyze it. And if it's something we can accomplish, it's something we're happy to do. With regard to the treatment of the side yards and the fences and the front lawn planting, we'll provide notes and details as we've been doing for the last two cases that were just approved. With regard to the roof at the roof and the second floor, I believe it was a mistake. We're not proposing the use on the rooftop or on the second floor, and we'll put a note to that effect as well. That'll allow us to, as you mentioned, modify the elevator bulkhead and the stair bulkhead to try in an effort, again, to reduce the bulk. And with that, we'll clean up the elevations and the sections as well.
And also in terms of the programmatic need for the two office spaces.
Right, I'm getting there. I'll no problem. I go sequentially based on when you mentioned it. So with regard to the as of right plans, we'll max it out as you discussed. We'll provide the room utilization for the offices as well as for the gym and as well as for the mikvah as was requested. Neighborhood character study will provide the FAR comparison. I believe we gave a lot of that information already, but we'll amplify it. And then all of this is to say that we will use this to show the programmatic needs reflect a minimum variance. So however this manifests itself through our review, whatever reduction we're able to accomplish, we will show how that, how that is the new minimum variance based on the reworking.
Okay.
Understanding the programmatic needs of the gym is something unique, something new that the board isn't used to seeing, but it's not something that's never been done before, but we'll definitely review it and get back to you. But we do understand the board's points and the board's concerns regarding the bulk of the building and the uses and efforts to reduce that bulk. Okay. And then the final point, I believe, is with regard to the EAS, Ms. Benke, I apologize. I thought we caught all the discrepancies, but we will have Hiram's office update it.
Thank you. I'm also thinking if the bulk gets reduced, that might affect the analysis.
It'll all change. So I'll, maybe hold off sending it in and then we'll update it and then send it in.
Sounds good. Thank you.
I think that was all the questions.
Yeah, I think the submission that was made with regards to the height, I think it was in the narrative and photos were provided. Yes, and that does kind of talk to what you're saying, but I think we do need something that is more factual based, and therefore, and definitely an FAR study is needed since an FAR waiver is being requested, and as is the height. So
We're not asking for a waiver on height.
no, not
We're asking for FAR
sorry.
parking and side yard.
right. You're asking for FAR and the side yard. So,
No
but
problem.
I think the height is somewhat reflected in how the building appears. So that's one of the reason why I was asking for that. And I think you're right. In the drawing set and the photographs you've provided, you've indicated how many of these buildings are sitting above a base and then a 1 and 2 stories. So they almost visually appear as tall. But this is a corner site, and it's quite a chunk of a building, and it is beautifully designed. I think it is well thought out, and the setback does take away that bulkiness. But the further reduction of the bulk that you're proposing with the stairs and the elevator will also improve it, and moving it from the side yards would also further eliminate that. And if you don't need that office space, and if you can shave that off a little bit on the second floor, that also helps. So I think there are all different ways to give it an appearance of especially how it relates to the residential homes along the side and the rear lot line.
I will say that this project, since it was filed, has gone through iterations. We were initially proposing a 3rd floor with with classrooms and offices, and that was removed as part of the NOC, and the height was reduced, the building size was reduced from, I think it was almost a 1 FAR that was proposed to the 0.83 that we're proposing. It was done in response to a lot of the board's comments from the other cases we've been seeing, and just to try and fit within the general height and scale of this neighborhood. This neighborhood does have much larger houses than other communities we've seen. So we think that, it could justify it, and we were going to endeavor to reduce where we can and otherwise explain why it's needed.
Okay. And I appreciate you factoring in what has been board's position in the past in your review. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's go to other commissioners. Do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Goldstein? Okay, then let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021 83BZ 80-7488 Street, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, this is a variance to permit the construction of a house of worship. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. You will enter webinar ID number 897-4660-3885 #. At the next prompt, you will press the #sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, and that would be the raise hand symbol on the bottom of your screen. This is for 2021 83BZ 80-74 188th Street, Queens.
So while we are waiting for public to call in, Mr. Goldstein, how long do you think it will take you to revise all the documents?
So we have most of the FAR information already, so that should be fairly quick to put together. The plans, I spoke with the architect before this, and he thinks that he can get it within the next 2-3 weeks, which could put us on course for the November hearing if the board has room.
And the EAS needs to be submitted. Will that be done?
That'll be done at the same time, because the EAS will be modified per the plans, whatever we come back with.
Okay. Okay, all right. We'll try to see what our schedule looks like. I think the November submission is
October 26th.
October 25th.
Okay.
So
I spoke to the architect before this. gave him the understanding of what needs to be done, and I think he's able to accommodate it. So we'll see.
Okay.
But
What my
based on
suggestion would be definitely submit the EAS as soon as possible once you have finalized your
the
plan, and then submit it. If you can submit it by September 25th, we'll try to see if we can get it in November. If not, December, definitely.
Okay.
Something
Appreciate
like
it.
that.
That works
I
for me.
know I should be consulting Mr. Costanza on this, but I'm just kind of giving you the possibilities, and we will confirm.
Okay, I will. I'm sure I'll get the email.
Yeah.
Okay. No one's raised their hands. Surprised. I got phone calls on this case. I'm surprised.
I had a bunch of my congregants came, but it went a little, longer than they anticipated, not understanding fully what that meant. So that's why they, why I
They
think
dropped
they're
out. Is
running.
that why these people dropped out? Okay. Thanks, Jay, for letting me know that.
Thank you, Tony.
They can always submit. They can always submit in writing.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, next one.
Thank you.
Thank you
Next
very much.
one, final
Oh,
case.
again, Mr.
I'm sorry,
It's
Madam
Mr.
Vice-
Goldstein.
Yes, still
sorry,
me.
Vice Chair, sorry. 2022-49 BZ, 7134 73rd Street, Queens. Jay, are you the only one?
I am the only one.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Mr. Goldstein, speak.
I just want to, at the outset, I want to thank the board, because the board did bend over backwards to get a lot of my cases on for this week, because I'm out for all of October. So I want to thank Tony, who, we usually consult on the calendar together, and I appreciate her, getting me on and squeezing me in. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property. I listened to the review session, and I think the main question really was with regards to operations, the frequency of deliveries and that nature. So as mentioned by Commissioner Ali Brown, this is really a contractor's establishment is not really a place where you get a lot of deliveries of major supplies. That'll go straight to the, 90% of the time or 95% of the time, go straight to the site. This is more of an office with, as mentioned, storage for small, for supplies, for small machinery, things like that. That said, the frequency, so therefore there is no response to the frequency, because it's based on a need. It's not, it's not really based on, oh, we're going to have every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we have this delivery. But that said, we will abide by the conditions of the grant that say all deliveries should be inside the property. And there is a roll down gate for the property that's still being proposed and maintained, and we'll keep it inside. With the, and again, as Commissioner Shetta mentioned, the use has really been this use since 1999. Fortunately, that prior owner passed away, but he was using this as a plumbing supply, contractor's establishment type of use. The community board had no issue with it. The community board saw no problems with the neighbors. And I think the only comment you mentioned, Madam Vice Chair, is that they want it to be commercial. The neighbors want it to be commercial. So we hope that we hope that the board will consider that. And the final comment was that stair at the rear of the property. I don't know what that is, because we don't need it, I don't believe, for egress. It's a one-story building, 5,000 square feet. We shouldn't need it for a second means of egress over here. I'll confirm with the architect, and I'll amend the plans accordingly.
Okay.
So I think that was all the questions and comments.
Okay. So you would anyway need to revise the plans. If you can just in your cover letter state what you have stated with regards to the operation.
No problem. I can update the statement of facts as well for that, to that.
Yeah, if you can, that would be great. Yeah.
No problem. So,
And you want interior photos, Vice Commissioner Shetta?
Oh, yes.
The only thing I would say, I apologize, I forgot about that, but the only thing I would say to that point is it's not currently operating. So the prior owner passed away. We purchased the property in late 2021, and then we immediately filed with the board to get the change of use approved. So pending the change of use, then we can, stick an operator in this and start operating. So I can give you interior photos of the empty site, but I'm not sure it'll really, tell you a story.
No, empty site is not going to be helpful. I thought you have tools inside,
No,
I wanted to see how they are stacked.
right. So we don't, the reason this is on actually now is thanks to Carlo. We're trying to get a tenant, but everyone's, a little hesitant because we don't have a C of O for the use.
Right.
So we need to update the use. That's the nature of this application, is to change the use to allow what's been operating since 99. And once we have that in place, we'll be able to have the operator come in and start operating.
Okay, then the reason I asked for the footage because you said it's been in use. So my understanding that it was like continuing to be the same. But if it's vacant right now, I don't think the pictures will be helpful. So they're not needed.
It's been vacant actually to the owner's credit. This has been vacant because he's waiting to get the C of O and squared away, which is not necessarily something we see all that often. But to the owner's credit, he kept it vacant pending approval.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
I think my only submission would be the plans, statement of facts, and cover letter.
That's right. Yes, I was going to cover that while we were waiting for public to call in.
Okay. Sorry, we can do it
Let's go
again.
to the public. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2022-49BZ 7134 73rd Street, Queens. This is a approval for change of use to a contracting establishment, extension of time. It's a same C of O. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 897-4660-3885. Press the pound sign. Once you're at the next prompt, press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. That's the little hand that is on the bottom of your screen if you wish to speak. And this is only for 2022-49BZ 7134 73rd Street, Queens, and it is the final case.
Okay. So I would be okay to closing the hearing today with the, and you need to submit the plan, statement of fact, revised statement of fact, and cover letter.
Right.
There's two people in the room, Avi Haim and Joan Sullivan. Are any of those people here to talk to?
Avi Chaim was mine on the other application. He
Okay.
doesn't need to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
I don't know who the other person is.
Joanne Sullivan. I don't know. Its name is still there all day. Okay.
I think she was calling in on one of the approval.
Yeah, that might have been that. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because of the holidays, it's a little tough, but I can have this turned around. The only thing I really need to change on the plans is that door at the rear, and the statement of fact we can do quickly. So I can definitely get this by the 25th of October.
Okay. All right. We will get back to you as soon as possible in terms of putting this on for the November calendar.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
I don't have any comments. Commissioners, okay to close on this project? Okay. All right. Motion to close.
Just 1 second. For the right vote sheet. Sorry. Motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta. Repeat. I can't hear you.
Couldn't hear you.
Now you're muted. No.
We get a thumbs up. That work?
I don't think that's appropriate.
You hear me now?
Yes.
I vote aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Shabeta.
I'll do without the suspense. Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. And
close
thank
for
you all
decision.
again. Thank you all again for accommodating me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good
Have a
holidays.
good day, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a safe-
Okay.
Bye.
This concludes the public hearing for October. I'm sorry, did someone say something? This concludes the public hearing for October 3rd, 2022. Have a good day.
Have a good evening.
Thanks.
everyone. Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Thank you, everybody.
Good
Bye.
evening.